right, I'd like to call this meeting of the school board to order. We will start by having our Pledge of Allegiance. I have asked Charlie Wagstaff, my daughter, she's in the choir that will be performing. I've asked her to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if we could all stand. Flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. First on the agenda is approval of a flexible agenda. Do I have a motion? Turn your microphone on.
I make a motion that we accept a flexible agenda.
I'll second. I have a motion by Mr. Burns and a second by, I just totally blanked on your last name. Oh my goodness, Miller. Like I know, Aaron. My brain just, wow. Okay, I'm so sorry, Miss Miller. A second by Miss Miller. All in favor say aye.
Mr. President,
Aye.
before you call for the question, you do need to allow public comment on that agenda item.
Oh, that's right. Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on a flexible agenda? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes for a flexible agenda. We would like to turn the time over now to our leadership presentation from Douglas High School, and we would invite you guys to come up. We were going to do the choir performance, but the kids just showed up, so they are warming up.
Just enough time for the sneeze.
All right. All right. Good afternoon. I want to thank the school board and Mr. Alvarado for the opportunity to come speak with you and share some highlights about Douglas High School today. I would like to introduce my administrative team that is here to support me today. So we have Mr. Andrews, our Dean of Students. We have Mr. Sanger, our Dean and Athletic Director. Kelly Winter, Assistant Principal, Alicia Broxma, Assistant Principal, and Judith Lombard, Assistant Principal. So I thank them for their support, and they're here to answer any questions you may have about some of our academic goals today. The goal today is just to give you a quick overview, and the purpose is our current status and achievements, some of the goals and initiatives we're currently working on, kind of a snapshot of some of the programs, athletics activities that we offer, and thank some people for their support. You see our school vision there. And I also wanted to point out kind of the logo we created as a staff this year. We set a theme and a purpose to really work on connections with our students. We want all of our students to feel connected to school, whether it be to a teacher, to a program, to a sport, to a club. We recognize the importance of those activities and clubs, and that some of our students, that may be their motivation for getting up and coming to school, that auto class or that alpine club trip, or that teacher that believes in them. So that has been our staff theme for the year. Moving to the next slide, you see our current enrollment. From our count day to next year's projection, we're actually only down about between 15 and 20 students. I know the district is seeing declining enrollment that mainly is at the K2 level right now, but I know that those smaller student body classes eventually are going to reach the high school as well. I've told Mr. Sanger, our AD, to have us ready in 2032 to win Division 2A state championships. We'll see how that works out. Our overall attendance rate, what you can expect for the percent of the student body to be in attendance on any given day is 93.37. And then I wanted to talk about our school report card, the Nevada School Performance Framework. Under that framework, we are rated a 4-star school with a point value of 78.5. We increased by 0.5 from last year, but not enough to get to that 5-star category, which is definitely our aim. I'm a very competitive person, and so while our score is strong, we are striving to hit that 82 mark. When I compare to across the Nevada report card to other schools our size and our demographic across like the Northern 5A, we are 4th out of the schools in the Northern 5A. There's a couple schools we want to catch, and I'm going to talk about our plan to do that. I also wanted to speak to our AP program. 87% pass rate on 601 exams taken. So it's a 1 through 5, 3 or above being a passing score. And I can just tell you that's a really phenomenal pass rate across the country when we compare. So I'm really proud of our students who took a total of over 600 AP exams at a pass rate of 87% is really terrific. We have our Jumpstart Dual Credit Program. Looking at last year's graduating class, we had 11 seniors graduate on graduation day with a high school diploma and an associate's degree, which is really phenomenal. They received special recognition at graduation. Also receiving special recognition at our graduation ceremony as our cum laude recipients. This is the distinction that the board established a few years ago for students who earn over a 4.0 GPA. We had in a graduating class of about 350 students, 88 students achieve a GPA of above a 4.0, and 5 students somehow achieving summa cum laude status, which is above a 5.0 GPA. One of those students was admitted and now attending Yale University, which is pretty incredible, and an overall graduation rate of 92.48%. Wanted to brag about some of our student athletes. We emphasize the student part of student athlete, and 2 of our athletic teams so far this year, of course, we haven't completed the spring yet, but boys basketball and cheer earned recognition from the NIAA as academic state champions. In other words, their team GPA was best in the state in their division. And in fact, when they send it to us, they send us the winners across all divisions, and our cheer team was the highest of any team in the state. So really an incredible achievement for our cheer squad. And then I'm really proud of the next couple of students here, and I want to talk about National Merit Scholar distinction, what that is. I am in my 5th year as principal, and the first 3 years we did not have a National Merit winner. And then last year, Kevin O'Connell received this recognition and is attending UNR on a full academic scholarship in the engineering program. But what the National Merit Scholar Program is across the United States, there's, when I looked it up today, about 3.9 million seniors in the United States this year. About 16,000 of those, so you're already into the 99 point something percentile, right? About 16,000 earn recognition as semifinalists. And then not even half of those, less than 7,000, go on to earn recognition as a National Merit finalist. And so we are extremely proud that in back-to-back years, we just learned in the last couple of weeks, that Fiona Jivsov is a 2025 National Merit winner. She has not selected her, which is why it says to be determined. She has not selected the school that she'll be attending, but she let me know that she has been accepted to Columbia University in the Ivy League. it's not cheap, even with a National Merit Scholarship. So obviously, that's something that SHU will be considering, but we are very proud of, again, back-to-back National Merit finalists. In that STAR calculation, our school STAR report, our graduation rate is very strong. Our credit sufficiency at the 9th grade level is very strong. But there are a couple areas in terms of academic achievement and absenteeism that if we could earn a few more points and improve in those areas, we would be in that 5-star category and catch those high schools in front of us. So we have some goals around those areas that we're going to speak briefly about. We are always monitoring our overall failure rate. It is under 6%, and it's improved about a percentage point from 2 years ago. In other words, of all the classes taken and all of the student grades issued, less than 6% of classes are failed. Okay, so we're always monitoring that. And then we have specifically chosen failure rates in Algebra 1 to work on. Many of our students take algebra at the middle school. And so your top 90 or so students that are in that advanced track, by the time they come to high school, they're already in honors geometry as freshmen. But we still have several sections. You have a couple hundred students in algebra, and we're looking at those failure rates. And we've made some gains, but that is a constant focus among our math team, looking at those algebra failure rates. When you study student dropout rates, a lot of times for those students that were not able to achieve and graduate in 4 years, the problem began in 9th grade. Okay, so they didn't get off to a great track. They failed several classes, maybe all classes. 9th grade did not go well. And then there's quite a gap to make up. And so we are monitoring freshman credit sufficiency and specifically algebra. We're always, like other schools right now, monitoring our chronic absenteeism. We want students in school. We believe, obviously we're biased, but the in-person model of school at a comprehensive high school, we think is the model that works best for most. And so we need them here. That's why we're really emphasizing connections, getting our students to school every day. And then our accreditation progress. So, of course, as a high school, every 6 years, Cognia, we work with Cognia on the accreditation process to, they come in and independently review our school. We submit a lot of evidence and data to them. They interview students, they interview staff, they interview parents, and create a report. And I'm proud to say that we scored in the highest of the 3 tiers, but we also got what I thought were some really quality goals that we could work on. And so I'm going to explain those as well. So we are now 2 years into the accreditation process, and they have what's called a mid-cycle review, where they come back and check with you to see what kind of progress you've been making toward those goals. So this is our goal about reducing our algebra failure rate and continuing to monitor overall failure rates. So we're monitoring that credit sufficiency. We want to continue the positive trend data we're seeing and reducing those failure rates. A lot of it is around utilizing our PLC time to have those teachers really compare their strategies, compare their data. So failure rates are an expected part of every PLC conversation, that 90-minute time that we have for their professional development. Our second goal, decreasing absenteeism. So our focus, we'd like to get from the 17.9% in 23-24 to under 15%. We're talking about all the different ways that we are utilizing connections to have students be in school. I certainly want to recognize our 2 attendance secretaries in the front office made a dedicated commitment to call home on every absent student. Now that happens at other schools in our district already, but with 1,500 students, it can be quite a chore. And they are doing that, and we are seeing the results of that. Those personal conversations and reaching out to families about any unverified absence and expressing the importance of absence and chronic absenteeism and how important it is to school success. So a shout out to Christy Corsi and Jody Burke in our front office, who really runs the school, right? Those secretaries. And this was our accreditation goal. We talked with them about how we had seen some dips in our ACT composite. And this is a challenge, right? So we look at our STAR report and academic achievement, and at the high school level in the state of Nevada, it's really that one snapshot on the ACT with our juniors that one day. And you won't be surprised to know that not all of our students see value in giving their best effort on the ACT. So that puts us in a bind because we have to convince them why this is important and to give their best effort, and that our school is measured predominantly in the achievement category on this one day. And what we expressed to the accreditation team from Cognia is that fact that I just shared with you. And they made a really good point to say, you kind of get to that junior, that big day, and you don't have a lot of great interim measurements to see how our kids really doing up to that point, because our map testing, kids still map test through 9th grade, but it's really not meant to be beyond 8th grade in terms of map assessment. And as you know, a lot of our students don't take our map assessments. They had to take them 3 times a year all the way up through 8th grade. So by the time they're taking it in 9th grade, they're kind of done with giving their best effort in map assessments. And I'm making a wide generalization, but yeah, I think you see the point. And so we thought that was really valuable feedback from Cognia. How can we get some interim assessments in place so that our juniors are training for the ACT, sophomores and freshmen as well? And we certainly do some of that. We do practice exams in some of those courses. Excuse me. But we looked at different programs and they were expensive. Even the recommended ones from Cognia were expensive. We talked with the district. We just did not feel like we could fit it in our budget. But we did use BIF funds. So I want to thank the board for that. We used board intervention funds for teachers in each of the 4 core content areas, created ACT aligned assessments over the summer and have given those to our juniors and sophomores. And of course, we ramped up as the test got closer and closer. And so we expect to see those results. As you see, we usually get them late May, sometimes through mid-June, but we're hopeful that with this dedicated school effort of pushing and really driving towards ACT improvement, that we will see an improvement in our scores. After COVID, we did see dips in our ACT composite, and now it's leveled out. So last year we scored, our composite was the same as the year before. And we want to see that now. As we've gone like this from COVID, we now want to see, when we're leveling out, we want to see those gains start again. So hopefully that's what we will see. One thing that doesn't help us, by the way, is we have February break and we come back and ACT, the powers that be always plant the ACT the second day back from February break. And so that's a challenge too. But that's a challenge that, we expect our students to overcome and do their best on that exam. And hopefully we'll see the results of that. I'm just going to speak briefly to all the programs and electives that I'm so proud that we offer. I think some of you have already come and toured our career and tech ed programs. We know Mr. Balaguet is very passionate as our CTE coordinator, and he is going to come, I believe it's next month or perhaps the month after, he's going to come and visit you and do this same report and give you a much more detailed view of our CTE programs. I certainly will apologize to our teachers tomorrow morning if I left their program out, but you try to fit everything in on the slide. But culinary, ag, welding, auto is a dual credit through WNC, computer science, JROTC with Colonel Glenn. We're so proud. Business, engineering. We're proud of the programs that we offer our students, certainly our co-curriculars. All of these programs, CTE and co-curricular, travel and do competitions. We're just extremely proud. And then a couple of electives that I wanted to point out. We're proud of our sports medicine program in particular because we have a community partnership with Barton Health where students that take sports medicine, so they're learning fitness and training and those kinds of medicine to treat athletic injuries. They're learning how to tape ankles and things like that. They then tag along with our trainer, Paul, who does a fantastic job. It's a mutual agreement with Barton Health to have a trainer. And it's a great partnership where our students are able to learn and shadow Paul when he's, taping those ankles and those sorts of things. And then we know there's a national teacher shortage and we want the best we can get. And a couple of years ago, we started a program to grow teachers right here in Douglas County. And we do have a class of about 20 students. It's a dual credit program through WNC where they have expressed interest in possibly entering the teaching profession. And so we have that education class that we're really proud of. Certainly a few others that I named. Pottery is very popular. Psychology is very popular. Creative writing has a poet laureate coming to visit here in a couple of weeks. So we're proud of all of those offerings and a Jumpstart program I've already mentioned. Mr. Sanger, do you want to come up and give an overview of our athletic program? Can you hear me? Thank you. I was holding that button when I was tired last 10 minutes. Last year, Mr. Glover, who had been at our school for over 20 years, the beloved Mr. Glover, took a promotion to another school district to be a principal. We begrudgingly let him go. But how lucky we were to bring in a Douglas High alum who had been working hard out at Silver Stage High School and expressed interest about coming back to Douglas. He's done a terrific job already in connecting with students, being out and about with our student athletes at all of these events. I try to persuade him to go home. We got it covered. And he says, no, I love this work. And so we appreciate and recognize Dan Singer as our new athletic director.
All right, thank you and good evening. So I just wanted to kind of do an overview of all of our sports. We have 3 seasons that we currently have. Just go over a little bit of the athletes and some accolades that we've earned so far this year. So first is our fall sports. We had 336 student athletes participate in a sport this fall. Football, we have 3 programs of our Frosh, JV, and varsity. Volleyball, we also have 3 programs. We have a fall cheer and dance team. We have a boys and girls cross country team, boys and girls tennis, boys and girls soccer, and then we also have a girls golf team that competes in the fall. Some of the accolades from the fall sports, like Mr. X said earlier, our cheer team was named the 2024 Fall Academic State Champions. Our girls cross country team, they finished 2nd at regionals this year, and they placed 4th in state. And then our girls golf team, they finished 2nd in state. And individual accolades, Gianna Zinke finished 2nd overall in state, and Maddie Frisbee finished 6th overall in state. So that would be our fall sports. All right, winter sports, we had about 205 student athletes. We offered boys and girls basketball, winter cheer, ski for boys and girls, and then wrestling, which we had a JV, a varsity, and then also this year a girls varsity. Our boys basketball team, they were named the 2025 4A Academic State Champions. Our ski team, they finished 2nd in GS at state, and they also finished 2nd overall at state. And then our wrestling, for the first time since 2011, we had a state champion, and that was Ella Kavanaugh, and she is also the first ever female state champion for Douglas High School. So that was cool. And then our spring sports. All right. We are currently in this season. So I just kind of gave you an update on where we currently stand. We have our baseball team. We have a varsity and a JV, softball varsity and JV. We have a track team, boys and girls, swim and dive, as well as boys golf in the spring. Our baseball team, they are currently 3-2 overall, 1-0 in league. So that's a good start for them. Softball team lost a lot of seniors last year with that team coached by Mr. John Glover, but they've started the year 4-1 and 2-0 in league. They took the doubleheader this weekend against Bishop Manogue, which was a great success for our new coach. Track team, they've competed in 3 track meets. They have a 4th coming up this weekend. And boys golf, they've been in 1 tournament this year, and they won. So that is just a recap on Douglas High athletics so far this year. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Sanger. And just the importance of connections. I want to let everyone know all of the opportunities that are there for our students. We have nearly 40 different clubs and co-curriculars for student involvement, which is really outstanding. And so that's everything from chess club meeting at lunch to like Alpine Club that takes camping trips and things like that. And that is our staff, being advisors for clubs at no extra compensation, just doing providing a great opportunity for students because it's perhaps a passion of theirs and making this effort to connect. So I really appreciate our staff for that. And then just our overall attendance at those extracurricular activities and athletic events. We've seen a great increase in that over the last couple of years. In fact, at our fall homecoming dance this year, over half of our student body attended the dance, which is really fantastic to see. So I want to shout out to our leadership program, Ms. Dedman, Ms. Lamb, and certainly all of our students in the leadership program that help create and plan these awesome opportunities. So that's one of our very, very full student section at the football game against Spanish Springs this year, one of our homecoming assemblies during the school day. And then our senior sunrise. At Douglas High, we have a lot of really proud traditions that have been there for many years. And senior sunrise is an event where we invite our seniors to the football field in the fall, provide some hot chocolate and donuts. And we watch the sun come up together, and it's one of those great moments for seniors. And then we also, about a month after that, have our senior breakfast, which is a really fun event too. Our staff gets behind it, and we're all in the culinary kitchen and cooking a hot breakfast for all of our seniors. So it's pancakes, eggs, bacon, and I enjoy it too. So it really is one of those great traditions that we've upheld over many years. And thanks to our senior events committee for making those kinds of events happen in our graduation ceremony, of course. So in closing, just want to express my great Tiger pride to you. This is year 26 for me in the school district. I thank my lucky stars every day that as a graduating college student, Douglas County was at a career fair at my college, and I met John Soderman and Lisa Fontana and had a interview, and they invited me to come visit Douglas County, and 26 years later, I'm just very grateful. I've watched the room change over time where I'm not the new young person anymore in the room. But I'm just so grateful for the opportunity across 26 years to do the work I've done here in Douglas County. So I certainly want to thank the community. We have recently received really very generous donations from some community businesses that have helped get us some really high-grade scoreboards in our main gym. We have 2 scoreboards that are like college arena quality if you've had a chance to see them. So Carson Valley Health, CVI, Simple Pump, Northern Nevada Trailers for helping us upgrade our scoreboards in our main gym. And our baseball scoreboard was also recently upgraded, and just over the last week, we now have a plan in place to upgrade our softball scoreboard out at the softball stadium. So some really exciting things happening. And I have to say that anytime I try to limit our auto dials, okay, we don't want them to become a nuisance, but I feel like in the few times where I do send an auto dial home and ask for support from our families, the response is tremendous. Whether it, please talk to your student about this or please talk to your student about that. We see the response. And so if it's asking for, could be school supplies, whatever it may be, there's a tremendous response from our community. So certainly I want to thank the community. I want to thank the school board and Mr. Alvarado for your support, helping keep our school safe. The conversations we've had, asking about any ways that you can help support us has been tremendous. I absolutely feel supported. And I certainly want to thank our students and staff. We can't have the kind of school we have at Douglas High without all of those things happening together. The community support, the board support, staff and students. We have amazing students that impress us every day. And there's a banner in the Commons, and I say it every year at graduation. Some of the finest young people in this great country of ours are walking right through the halls of Douglas High. And we truly believe that. So I want to thank our students for being awesome. And then I certainly want to thank our staff for helping build a culture that makes other teachers want to come and join our team. We have a few open positions right now. We know hiring can be a challenge, but I've got several applicants in for open positions from teachers that want to come join the team at Douglas High, which is awesome. So it certainly takes the whole village, but thank you to everyone for inviting us here to talk about Douglas High today.
Thank you so much for that beautiful, wonderful presentation. Are you up for questions?
Please ask any questions. Assistant principals, be ready.
So I was wondering in terms of the CTE, I've been seeing that there's a need across our nation, quite frankly, for electricians heavy into that. I mean, they're screaming for them. And also plumbers. Is it possible that we look at adding that maybe to CTE? Because that's a big need.
Yeah, so I would absolutely work with the board and Mr. Balagad on any new possible programs. We took a shot this year at starting a hospitality and tourism program, and we thought that may come naturally with the hotels that we have across Nevada and tourism being a big industry in Nevada. We applied for a grant and we weren't able to get that approved, but we're certainly looking for funding. And then, of course, facility is something that we have to consider. I don't know that we would have the shop, but then we could look at internships. We could look at those kinds of opportunities for students that would have that interest. We're always looking to add new programs.
Okay, and lastly, Ms. Dedman had said to me that they were looking at maybe doing a thrift store for fundraising within the Douglas High. I had mentioned to her that I have vintage clothing that I am liquidating, and I also have clothes racks and stuff. So I'd love to get in touch with her if we could find a time to meet and I could walk her through how that works.
Fantastic. I'd be happy
Okay,
to
thank you.
facilitate.
Thanks, Mike.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Rex, how are you?
Hello, Mr. Zinke.
With your overall failure rate of less than 6%, and you acknowledge that algebra was also a portion of that, is algebra a significant portion of the 6%? Yes. Oh, here we go.
Assistant Principal Kelly Winter. It's a mathematician.
I've been sitting back here wondering what questions you might want to ask. So I have a lot of tabs open right now.
Perfect.
So I'm Kelly Winter. As I was introduced, I've been an administrator at Douglas High School for a few years, but before that, I was a math teacher at Douglas High School for 19 years. And I also led the ACT task force and love to geek out over our rates and our successes and where we can grow. So for the last few years, we've been tracking what that failure data looks like across all of our school courses and departments. Algebra 1 is the highest failure rate that we have other than our online credit recovery classes. So it is where we have our primary focus. Math in general is much more difficult for students to pass. I've been doing a lot of studying of trend data across the nation, across our school, and we're finding that Algebra 1 is that greatest need for intense interventions, especially post-COVID, but really just in general, math is more difficult. So what we're finding is that Algebra 1 in particular across the nation is found to be the #1 most failed course in high school. In fact, I read a study that in California, 33% of students have to repeat Algebra 1 at least once. So that is definitely why we're focusing on that primarily. We do, as Mr. Rex was saying, we do have our students who are advanced. As freshmen, they're not taking Algebra 1. They've taken that accelerated Math 8 and they've passed, and is that not loud enough? They've passed, and then we give them Algebra 1 credit if they have a a high enough grade in accelerated math 8. So we're really looking at a different dynamic of students who we need to support in different ways potentially. What we're doing this year, we're taking some successes that we found last year in all of our strategies for reducing failure rates across the board. And we're really focusing on Algebra 1 with a specific cohort of students to study, with Mr. Alvarado kind of as a second hand to us and some suggestions too. So we're looking at the demographics of the students. We took a cohort listing of students who were failing in November of the fall semester, and we're looking at where are they at now? Where were they at semester? What's going on in their lives? What do they have an IEP? Do they have a 504? Is there a mental health concern? Is housing stable for the student? Are they still enrolled? How many students have IEPs? How many males? How many females? What's the socioeconomic status of the student, ethnicity? So we're really trying to problem solve some other ways we can reach unique learners at this point, knowing that Algebra 1 nationally is a difficult challenge for us.
Awesome. Thank you. The AP rates are incredible. That's an amazing statistic. With your ACT testing being 2 days after break, is that proctored by teachers at the school, and that date could potentially be changed in order to help, one, with more prep, but two, get the kids back in the groove of school before they take it?
Unfortunately, that's a state decision for what date they have
On
that.
the date, it is a state decision? Okay.
The state selects it. But I do have some information that I think would help for everybody to understand about the data that we see about Nevada's performance and our district's performance. And I'm actually looking at a website right now. I like to find new websites that look at all the data across the country. And there's a great one right now. If anybody's interested, I can send you the link. And it really talks about which states require that 100% participation. And we actually only have 9 states that require all students to participate on the ACT. That means that those top performing states that you're reading about, who have 83% of our students meeting those benchmarks, those are the states that are not requiring that full participation. Out of the states that are ranking the highest, not a single one of those states is at 100% participation. So unfortunately, our numbers look very skewed when you look at the data online. Nationally, last year in 2024, 1.4 million students took the ACT across the country, and the average score was a 19.4. In our trend data last year, we had a score of 18.2. So we're not that far off of it. I can geek out on for a long time about numbers, but we're really performing well compared to the other 8 states who require that 100% participation to graduate. So I'm very proud of the things that we do. We really do. We do apply a lot of interventions. I was the ACT task force leader for a long time, and we are dedicated to that success. But if there's no benchmark for students to have to pass at a certain rank, the motivation isn't quite there. Mm-hmm.
I have a question, Erin Miller. Is there anything maybe we can do to partner with our middle schools with the 8th graders who maybe are not in the accelerated math and who maybe we can see as potential for that 33%, fail rate for that Algebra 1 going into high school? Is there something maybe we can do with CVMS and Powelu, just so that way it's just an idea we're getting ahead of it rather than waiting for them to get into that 9th grade year?
I think I'm trying to understand your question here, but that vertical alignment is something that we're monitoring right now. In fact, we're trying to set up another meeting with our middle schools and high schools to look at that vertical alignment. Another study that I was just reading recently about was talking about doing a little bit more of that. Like, can we talk more about Algebra 1 at the middle school level so we could be more prepared? And actually the study says don't. It cautions not to, because statistically when that has been observed, it's less successful than you would hope for it to be. And so there are a lot of contributing factors, but waiting until students are ready to learn is one of them. And they're not quite ready for that level of Algebra 1 at that middle school, other than some cohorts of advanced kids.
In our 8th graders that are taking the accelerated math that count as Algebra 1, what is the pass rate on that class? Do you have any information?
I'd have to look it up, but I mean, I have in years past. I haven't recently, but it's almost 100%. A student who doesn't earn a D or who doesn't earn an A, B, or C doesn't get that Algebra 1 credit. So they automatically go back to Algebra 1. So they have to be highly successful in Accelerated Math 8 in order to earn that credit.
And about what percentage of our ninth graders have already come in with that Algebra 1 credit?
I'd have to estimate, but I would say based on the number of honors geometry students we have as freshmen, probably around a third of our students.
So really, it could be looked at that 33% fail rate in the Algebra 1. You've taken the kids that excel in math, and they're not a part of that statistic.
Correct.
So each middle school has 2 sections of advanced math that are full roughly, then that's
That are almost at
120
100%.
that already take algebra
So-
by the time they get to.
So that's what I'm thinking is
Mhm.
that if you added those together with that, it wouldn't be a 33%
Correct.
fail rate over the whole population of Douglas.
Correct.
Last century, when I was in school, actually, we did something there, and I was part of that because I was a senior. And we the one 7th grade math teacher had a lot of kids that were not ready. They shouldn't even been there. And I wound up going in and working with this teacher to work with a group. Do we have the capabilities, and are we permitted to use, say, seniors that has an open hour to be able to go in and help get those kids moving up? I
That's
mean, you've got these really great math kids. I've seen them in the school. And it'd be nice for them to be used, and they would learn even more if they're teaching it.
Absolutely. And that's a great idea. We do have a lot of students who are in our National Honor Society who use some of their service hours as tutoring opportunities for their students. So we could partner more potentially with our middle schools. I know middle schools do have Tuesdays and Thursdays tutoring after school as well. So they have some extra support built into their systems too.
I see the wheels turning in Mr. Rex there. I just say one last thing. I think we have a fantastic staff of teachers, and I think it reflects, I think the kids are only as good as what the staff puts out there. And I think the staff does a great job. I think our principals are doing a fantastic job. Mr. Rex, been watching you since I've been on the board, and you have not disappointed me. So thank you very much for stepping above and beyond.
All right, do we have any other questions? All right. Yeah, thank you very much for coming.
just
What a
want-
wonderful presentation.
Yeah,
and
thank you so
we just
much.
Really appreciate it. You
Great,
guys are doing
great.
great things at Douglas. All right, we will now go to a special recognition of our choir from Pawalu and CVMS.
President Wagstaff, can we have Ashley Mitchell present on graduation rates since Principal Rex is here and he can complement her presentation?
Yes, we could do that as long as that's okay with the choirs.
It's not a long presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then we'll jump ahead and have Ashley come and do our graduation rates.
Hi, I'm Ashley Mitchell. Mr. X was kind enough, since he's already here, to stay so that if there's something specific about graduation that you wanted to question, I want our high schools to get all the credit they deserve for all the things they're doing. So this is just an annual report on the adjusted cohort graduation rate, and this is data from the most recent year, 2024's graduation data. So the first part of determining the graduation rate, I'm going to take that. So the first part of this is the graduates. And so this is everyone that enters at 9th grade, adjusted to reflect those who transfer in later or transfer out later. And then to get that rate, we divide that by the total number who graduate. And so when we say that they graduate, we're saying that they're earning a regular diploma, and either an advanced diploma, a standard diploma, or a career readiness diploma. So another way to see that is you've got your on-time graduates divided by the incoming number of ninth graders, plus those who transfer in, minus those who transfer out, with graduates again being standard diploma, advanced, or career and college ready. And then some quick data for you. I gave you 2023 for comparison, and then in bold 2024. So we had 403 graduates in DCSD last year. That's an 88.18% graduation rate. And of those 403 graduates, 198 received a standard diploma, 98 received advanced, 107 career, college and career ready, and 0 alternative diplomas. So some trends there that you can see is there's a big increase in the college and career ready diplomas, and there's an overall increase in the graduation rate. So both great. And then just so you know, the alternative diploma are students with significant cognitive disabilities that are assessed by the NAW, the Nevada Alternative Assessment. And then this is looking at not just the graduates, but the 569 seniors as a whole and what they did after graduation or after senior year. So like the last slide reflected, 403 graduated. 10 were completers, meaning they received an adjusted diploma or took the high set, the high school equivalency. 10 returned as fifth-year seniors, and 34 were considered dropouts. Some trends here is we had more graduates overall, which is awesome. We had more fifth-year seniors, which is a celebration because getting them to come back is a victory, and our credit recovery program has put a lot of work into matriculating these students. And then we had fewer dropouts. And then the final data comparison for you is our subpopulations. So this is looking at subpopulations of students. So the data is showing you first what percentage of the student body falls into this subpopulation, and then of that subpop, how many graduated. So low-income students are assessed by qualifying for free and reduced lunch. That is 36% of DCSD seniors last year. 60% of them graduated, which is higher than the year before. 9.9% of students hold an IEP with a 51.9% graduation rate. That's a little lower than the year before. Our EL graduation rate went up tremendously from 59 to 73%. Our career and tech ed students also went up tremendously. And our SIT students, our student in transition, who are homeless students, went up from 39% graduation to 43% graduation rate. So almost every category went up. And then in summary, just breakdown for you across the schools. Douglas High School with a 92.48% graduation rate. George Whittel has 75, keeping in mind that's a much smaller percentage. So one non-graduate affects the numbers quite more dramatically. Aspire at 55%. We didn't have any DNO graduates by last year. Seniors at DNO had been assumed by Aspire. So DNO was only a middle school last year. But because they entered as ninth grade, that stays on through last year. It won't be here on next year's annual report to you. Alternative education are students who are expelled and then receive education. But normally by the time they graduate, they've re-entered the school district and now are counting toward one of the high schools. Adult education are adults who graduate within Douglas County. And then Jacobson as an alternative high school, most students who enter don't within their term of stay also fully receive credit and graduate. So when they do, we see that number, but we don't always have graduates. And that's it.
All right. Do we have any questions from the board? Okay.
So, concerning Jacobson students, I've been to most every graduation up there since I've been on the board, and I can tell you that for those students, they're fighting some really big odds. And when they do graduate, and they do, it's a wonderful thing to see and listen to what they have to say before they get their diplomas. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ashley.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming and giving us those numbers.
Thank
Okay, so Now we're going to listen to our middle school choirs. If, are they? Okay, perfect. I know. Do you know if they're gonna come in this door or that door? Okay. There's a table leg there. Keep trying to give you your room, but we're like all squished in here together. It's okay, so do I.
I'm trying to stay on this side.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We have the Powaloo Middle School Choir and their teacher, Angela Goff. Angela, if you don't mind hitting the button on the microphone. Okay, perfect. All right, take it away.
Our first song is Fly Away Home by Pink Zebra.
Pink zebra.
All that I see. Yeah. Dreams last forever. For that we know. Together. Two of our students, so this is Joshua Slide and Sawyer Sharp, who will be playing the next one. So we love that they have the opportunity to play the piano for us also. Our second song is called Little David Play on Your Harp by Rollo Dilworth.
He shouted forward what it was a shot. Then he shouted forward what
We go this way so that CVMS can come up and then we're gonna listen to them.
Angela and Pawalu students, great job. Yeah.
Can I have my phone? So turn right. Good mom. We're not leaving, we're not leaving. We're gonna listen. You're good. Great job, guys. Thank you. No, you're good.
You guys are on this. So we're at C and Emerson on the side. Yeah. Wait, we're backwards. Yeah, we are. Where's Sopranos go? So Sopranos, you're over here. That's okay. Let's just. How do we figure that? Oh my God. How would have been. Musical chairs. Wait, still doesn't have right. You two are over here, yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, I need this.
Dr. Levine, you're ready for the introduction? Okay, I'd like to introduce Dr. Levine. She's the music teacher at CVMS and the CVMS choir.
The doubts are now will be the goal. We are the lights, piercing the darkest nights. Shine on, we are the lights. And with hope in our hearts, dreams of chase the stars, chase the stars. The galaxies are spinning, so sorry, reaching out. Stand. The lights of the ocean.
We are the lights, we are the love. We are the lights, we are the lights, we are the love. Thanks.
Beyond all the lights of the your voices and your song. Today with your dimension. Rejoice in the glorious sound of the music. Take on time, take on time, you guys so much for letting us perform today. And we brought a flyer for you guys. You're invited to our spring performances. We've got lots coming up. We've got a district-wide choir concert and a district-wide band concert. And then of course we have our individual spring concert. So we wanted to give you all the dates so you guys can all make it if you're available.
Is that on your Facebook?
We can make it there. Yes. Sure. Yeah. We don't. Okay, so here we go. That's for you, if you guys.
I'll pass them out. Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you so much. All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute or 10-minute, 5-minute recess.
Yeah, let's just go in a closed session.
Oh,
Yeah, we can go straight to close.
closed session at the end.
You want to do it last?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
5-minute recess is good.
Recess. We're back, in case you missed that. I'm just really on top of things today. Sorry, Anyway, we will now go to public comment. I didn't get my glasses out. All right. So this public comment is for anything that is within the purview of the school district that we have control over. This is your time to have public comment. Also, in order to ensure the orderly conduct of this meeting, I note that public comment is the board's opportunity to hear comments from the general public on any topic relevant to or within the authority of the board. It is not a time for comments that are willfully disruptive of the meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, amounting to personal attacks, or interfering with the rights of others to speak. So we would like to welcome public comment. This is on non-agenda items. If you would turn that on and yes, state your name for the
Okay.
record.
All right, very good. Jason Gibson, happy spring equinox. Fantastic presentation. Time is art. That was obvious today, and that's why I'm here, because I went to grade school, middle school, and high school in Douglas County, class of '87, and I have returned with a flagship academic platform that's administrated by the Planet Art Network. And this is 60 years worth of work by doctors Jose and Loidine Arguelles, who brought forward the 13 Moon World Calendar Change Peace Movement, which has now become a very big themeplex party. Maybe you've heard. I don't want to lose anybody. But we are the burning men and women who are practicing time-based art every year out there at Black Rock. What's underneath the burn is the calendar change, where time is art. And according to the discovery of the law of time, we are locked into a belief system where time is money. The biggest complaint people have today is not having enough time or money. And we are burned out on that kind of thinking. So when time is art, what you get are all your superpowers back and a fresh perspective on who you are, who you really are, as opposed to who they want you to be. Because we have an AI situation coming on. Maybe you've heard the artificial intelligence is artificial identity. And it's an identity crisis that's plaguing our country and our people and our social fabric. The artificial identity is the result of a birth certificate you're bonded to that makes you out to be somebody you're not. Okay, you're not the all caps name. You're more than that. So we never learned about our culture or heritage or the geology or the history of Nevada when I was in school. And I'd like to see more field trips to the Capitol and more adventure travel. And I'd like to see kids engaging themselves within a new paradigm where time is art. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment?
Hello, I'm Melinda Matus. It says it's on. I just wanted to say the last, 3 meetings have been sensational. Seeing the students, seeing the teachers, seeing the principals, seeing the people of our school district who have given their lives for our kids, for our community, who have spent, as they say, even hours that are not paid in order to present the kinds of things that we saw today. I think that this should continue, that there should be this opportunity for the community to take advantage of actually seeing what our school district is putting out there in quality education, quality opportunities for our kids in all sorts of different ways. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for making it happen. And please keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian Sawyer for the record. I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Rex was saying about the ACT. A student's academic success is based on 2 hours and 55 minutes of the ACT. This year, my daughter took the ACT, so it was the first time I was ever introduced to the ACT, and I talked to her about it, and she said the biggest problem was time, that the amount of questions and the little amount of time that she had to answer them. So the ACT is 2 hours and 55 minutes, 4 sections. English is 45 minutes with 75 questions. Math is 60 minutes for 60 questions. Reading is 35 minutes for 40 questions, and science is 35 minutes for 40 questions. And the questions get harder as you go on. So I really think that it's, we should always strive to be better, but I think it's really hard to pigeonhole the district's academic success into 2 hours and 55 minutes of the ACT. The students are more than that, and I think the district is more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so that you are aware, the ACT is a state mandated test. Okay, I didn't know if you knew that. So we are required to, yeah. It is a timed test, yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. Is there any further public comment? We have 2 online? 1 online. Yeah.
One-on-one.
Hi, can you
Please
hear
state your
me?
name for the record. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and
Okay,
please speak.
my name is Leslie Hokinson for the record. And I've brought this up before, that there's no way for us on Zoom, well, I guess there is, to let the board know that we can't hear them. We didn't get, anyone on Zoom could not hear the students singing, which is really a shame because I would have liked to have heard it. Not all of us can be there in person. So I did see something about a different mic or something. So can that be fixed for the next board meeting when you've got wonderful things like this to present to the public? Because we all can't be there in person. And then I'm wondering why on earth the county is responsible paying $360 to Silver State Law for some of the board legal representation when they were found guilty of lying and withholding info by a judge and fined $70,000. The district paying any future attorney fees seems to be the wrong message to every student in Douglas County, that it's okay to lie and still be a role model in the eyes of this district. Wow, role models sure have changed for when I was a kid in school. Also, this is very concerning to me, and I don't know if any of you have addressed it yet, because this is just something that's happened. The current administration is dismantling the education department. How is this going to affect Douglas County schools in receiving funding? And is this board concerned about any of this? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any more online? No. Okay. All right. We did have 2 electronic written public commenters that will be added to the minutes for the next meeting. Leslie, is that Bunting? And Edna Moss. And their statements will be added to the minutes. So I encourage the board members to read that for the next meeting. Any further public comment? Okay, then public comment is closed. And we will move into consent items. We do need to remove the minutes of the regular board meeting from the February 27th, 2025 in our consent items. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to accept the consent items.
I second.
Do I need to say with the admission of
With the
the
removal of,
with the
please.
removal of the minutes?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second by Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion? Yeah.
Okay.
And is there any public comment on consent items? Seeing as there is none, we will close public comment and go to a vote. All in favor of passing consent items, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, we are going to go into our DCSD shout outs.
Trustee Waxaw, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
We have some time constraints. Is it okay if Haley Sebahar presents on bus advertisements before shoutouts?
Oh, absolutely.
Great.
That's why we have a flexible agenda.
Thanks for having me. My name is Haley Sebahar, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Communication. And I'm here to talk about an exciting new opportunity for Douglas County. We are now going to be offering the opportunity for local businesses to advertise on our school buses. And we're currently accepting applications online, and I'm going to have Jesse pull that up. So if you go to dcsd.net/bus ads, you can find all the information there. We're really excited because we have 35 buses that run the AM and PM routes, and we also have 8 buses that run the midday routes. And Blair Hines, our Director of Transportation, has done a lot of work measuring our buses and finding spots where we could put advertisements. And he actually just texted me to let me know we can also advertise on the back of buses. He spoke to NHP, the inspector, and they don't see any problem with a spot on the back as well. So how it would work is if you go online, you can apply, and then that application will go to cabinet. And as long as it follows district guidelines, policies, they will approve that business. And then each business is in charge of producing their own advertisement, which we will also approve the design. And then they're also in charge of printing it. And I've talked to Neil Hill at the Sign Shop, and he gave us some great quotes. All the advertisements will be magnetic, so you could easily remove, let's say a bus, needs maintenance and it's not going to be running that day. We can easily move the magnetic ads and place them on another bus. And so I have a couple quotes. So the small ads will be around $64 to be printed on that magnetic material, and the large ads will be $150. So yeah, we're just really excited. I also have a flyer. Jesse, do you mind clicking on the flyer where it says download the flyer?
And I will be getting these printed and we will be passing them out to all school sites. I'll be going around. I have a list of local businesses that I will be contacting personally and seeing if they're interested. So if anybody who's listening right now knows a local business who might be interested, they can go ahead and go online and even, just ask a question. They can go ahead and apply. And yeah, it should be a pretty easy process. So we're excited to get this going. Yeah.
I do also want to share that the district does reserve the right to determine whether the advertisement is appropriate or not. So we will review each application, make that determination, and then go forward.
And Blair Hines did check. All of our buses are magnetic, which was a really good call. I kind of just assumed, and he went with some magnets, and yeah, so he was a big help on this project.
Are you good for questions?
Yes.
All right.
So $64 it costs them for a small ad to put it on the bus and $100 for large.
Let me clarify that.
I just wanted to know what the funding we would receive for this
Sure.
would be.
Yeah, so that is just the printing cost because we're not going to be responsible for the actual advertisement itself being produced. So we have some pricing and it's online as well. So one bus, if you were to advertise on one bus, it'd be $300 a month. And so we would talk to that business after it's been approved and we would write up a contract, let's say they want to advertise for 12 months, 6 months. And then if 5 to 10 buses, so that same company could advertise on 5 to 10 buses and then you get a little bit of a drop there and it'd be $250 per bus. And then 10 buses or more would be $200 per bus per month. So that would be the money coming in for our district.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Ms. Jansen, did you have a question? Oh, all right. Ms. Knighting?
That's just so awesome.
I was just going to ask, the funds that are made from this, are they earmarked for a certain thing, or where will these be put?
I could speak to that. So the funds from this advertisement program would go to offset fuel costs for the district.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
Would that also go towards, if there's a surplus with the fuel, would it go towards like repair and maintenance for our fleet as well?
It can, it can be spent on that. However, our fuel bill will definitely exceed any revenue we generate from this program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just an idea, just to make sure. And then also, so you said that applications will go through you, or it will go to cabinet, and it will be like local Douglas County businesses.
Yeah, are we limiting?
We're not going to limit it just to Douglas County. We prefer Douglas County businesses apply. But we will review, it's going to be first come, first serve in terms of the application process.
Okay.
So I've got a couple of questions. How many advertisements fit on each bus?
So we can do one on each side and one on the back. Now we do have some buses that aren't the same as the other buses, right? All of our buses are different models. So we might have to tweak the sizes, and that's where, if we're advertising on 30 buses and we have 5 left and those are the ones that might have a different fit, I would work with the business and make sure that if it was slightly a different size because the bus is older, that we would accommodate that.
So does that mean 6 of the small ones fit on a bus and 3 large ones fit on a
It would
bus?
be 2 large ones on each side and then a small one on the back.
The small ones only can fit on the back?
Yes.
Okay.
I left, there's some examples on there. I just did a little mock-up. So that's actually a small at the front too. So we could explore options if they wanted multiple advertisements on one side, we could definitely explore that because they're going to be the ones responsible for getting them printed. And as long as, we're not covering any like emergency signs or things like that, we're good to go.
Okay, and then this might be a question for Ryan regarding the legality of like a construction company and the necessary requirements of their license or their bonding or any of that. That can't be the responsibility of the school, right? But maybe the liability still is?
Now, it's not the responsibility of the school, but it's why the school has discretion with each application for an advertisement so that they can look and decide not only does it fit the character and mission of the district, but is it a proper advertisement? Should it be on the bus? The school has discretion on every advertisement that will want.
Okay, thank you.
I just was wondering, there's some bus routes that are much more visible than other bus routes. Does a business get to choose
to
which route they
choose?
want it on, or?
We've talked about this. I think to start, what do you
Yeah,
think?
what we
Vicky?
discussed is.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Save me. No, just
So at the time of approval of the application, we would ask them if they preferred a certain route or a certain destination in the county that the bus travels. If that's still available, then that's what we would apply the advertisement to. Once again, everything is first come, first served.
Don't forget, we really have two different venues, the lake and the valley. And so I'm the lake, how many buses run up there?
Believe there's 2 or 3 routes up there. There used to be 3, there's 2 now. But Haley will also visit Chamber of Commerce here down in the valley and also up at the lake to share this advertisement and the flyer for the program.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Haley, thank you so much for
Thank
spearheading
you.
this and getting it going.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. It is. It is. Thank you very much. Right. All right. So now we'll do shout outs.
Yes, so each trustee has a paper with purple printing at the top. You have some highlighted information on there. I want you to pick 3 of the highlighted line items, and you can share those as shout outs. We don't need to read all 6. Okay.
So only 3.
Only 3.
Okay. All right, Mr. Burns, would you like to start?
Thank you. Rose Singer, MES, 2nd grade. Miss Singer is an outstanding teacher who should be recognized for her tireless work for her students. All of her students' test scores improved this year, and the learning environment she fosters is second to none. She creates a positive atmosphere where students are well behaved and excited to learn. Well done, Miss Singer. I'm sorry. Cheryl Mayfield, Executive Director of Inclusive Education. Thank you, Mom, for always trying to help me and others. Tristan Stump, DHS, Douglas High School. Thank you for always looking out for your friends.
Becky Whittemore, teacher. Thank you for helping me improve my math scores and being a good teacher, Mrs. Whittemore. Mrs. Hall, teacher. Mrs. Hall, thank you for being a great teacher and helping all of us grow. Christine Inzine, Douglas High School, math teacher. Miss Inzine is the best teacher I've ever had. Not only is she really smart and a great teacher, but she is also a friend. And then it got cut off at teacher's influence.
So many things to do here. Okay. So, this is for Tara Van Patten, CVMS social worker. Tara, it is hard to put into words how much you do for the kids at CVMS. We only see a fraction of the work that you do, but we know that the school and the students are better because of you. Kylie, Wendy, and Scott. Miss Ortel, Minden Elementary. Your passion for teaching and nurturing young minds is truly inspiring. We are beyond grateful for your guidance and support. And we have Sherelle Wandershield. Wanderscheid. I thought it was okay, Scheid. Oh, we have had the honor of having Miss Wanderscheid as our oldest daughter's teacher for the last 2 years. Our child has excelled academically and has a deep-rooted love for learning. that I know in part comes from Miss W's passion and enthusiasm for teaching. My child comes home daily so excited to tell me about the fun and unique projects that Miss W meticulously curates for them. If she can't loop again to be my child's 5th grade teacher as well, I can only hope that we will be lucky enough to have her be our 2nd graders teacher in the future. Gosh, that sounds awesome. Thank you.
Alicia Road, thank you, Miss. She's an Aspire Academy English teacher. Thank you, Mrs. Road, for all you do. Janelle Bailey, 6th and 7th grade math teacher. Thank you, Mrs. Bailey, for all that you've done for me. You've been one of the best math teachers I've ever had, and I hope that you can help others just as you've helped me. Damien. Jacob Hoover, Douglas High School. Jake is at every school event. He's constantly encourages others to join him. Between leadership and ambush, he shows school spirit and dedication to Douglas High School.
Stacy March, Powelu teacher. Stacy does many above and beyond things that rarely get seen or acknowledged. Her love and dedication to her students is incredible and makes such a difference to them. I appreciate grit, determination, perseverance in everything she faces, which is not only inspiring, but causes me to reflect on how I might handle the same. Ethan Petit, teacher of AP World. Mr. Petit is one of the best teachers. He teaches one of the most difficult classes, being AP World, but he's able to make the class engaging, but still educational. He is an outstanding teacher and should be recognized for it. Last one is Lauren Teresa Johnson, GES paraprofessional. We need more people like Lauren, a truly loving and compassionate individual.
All right, we've got Tammy Evans is a Minden Elementary School kindergarten teacher. She has been my rock since school has started. I appreciate all her efforts she puts into her kids. She has been my support with my son and our situation. I adore all my son's IEP team. I can't thank her enough, and Mrs. Lewis for everything. Mrs. Hatcher is a 1st grade teacher. Mrs. Hatcher has gone above and beyond for my child. Because of her, he absolutely loves to go to school. He is eager to learn and comes, I'm assuming that's home, with new knowledge every single day to share with the family. She is just amazing. And then we have Keely O'Donnell from Zephyr Cove Elementary. Miss O'Donnell is my kid's 4th grade teacher. They're excited to go to school every day because of her. Recently, all of them showed great growth on their MAP tests. She is doing a great job with a large and loud class.
All right, Caleb Kearns is an algebra teacher. This is the first year I do not have to fight my kid to do his math, and he actually gets excited to share with me what he is learning. Thank you for helping him have a different mindset about math. Ms. Angela Goff, who is just here from Powwalu Middle School, teacher of band and choir. Thank you for your never-ending patience and work with our choir and band. You advocate for the students, travel with them, get them excited for music and what it means for their futures. We choir and band moms appreciate you. And then last but not least, the only student I have on here is Charlie Wagstaff, my daughter. She attends CVMS Middle School, and I did not put this in. I'm just telling you. Charlie is a kind, hardworking student who is respectful and a delight to have for 1st period choir. So thank you to all those who submitted shout outs. I think it's a great addition to our board meetings. I enjoy hearing it. We will now move into agenda item number 9, district-wide boiler placement project contract approval for discussion and possible action. And we will turn the time over.
Yeah, so we have Phil Demas, Director of
Yes,
Facilities
thank you. I'm
for
really
the
bad with
district.
names today. I'm so sorry.
And we have Scott McCullough. Scott, I don't know your official title.
Project manager.
Project Manager for the county.
Welcome and thank you.
Thank you, President Wagstaff, members of the board, Scott McCullough, Douglas County. Tonight, we're requesting award for the contract to ACO Engineering Incorporated for the CIP project for this year of replacing boilers at 3 schools, and then doing some maintenance works at 2 other schools. The bids were received in accordance with NRS, and we received 4 bids. It's interesting, if you look at the bid tally, the low bid was low by $300,000. And we asked them if they had concern about that. They do not. They're a company that does both the mechanical and the plumbing side of the work. So they keep all that work in-house, which reduces cost. And they're a company that the district has contracted with multiple times. They've done work at CC, they've done work at Jax, they've done work at CVMS last year with successful results. So we're confident that they can accommodate the district and deliver a project on time, which is August 15th, when students return back from vacation. It's a quick turnaround with work not really starting until the middle of June and being completed within 60 days to get the job done. With that, we're available for any questions.
Anytime you split companies to get the work done, it's going to cost you more, no question about it, and could be very expensive. Are you getting a good as deal as what you did last time, Bill?
Different boilers. We're getting lock-in bars this time.
Okay.
And I think we're getting a great deal. I mean, like Scott said, the next highest bidder was 300,000 and one was almost 900,000 more. So,
wow. Okay. So is this a local company or Reno?
Reno.
Okay. How big are they?
They're a national firm. Their
No,
headquarters,
I mean the equipment, boilers.
the boilers are million.
1.5 million at 2 of the schools and 500 at Manili.
Okay.
That's BTUs, British thermal units for everyone else. No.
We hope not.
Very.
Are there any other questions?
I'll just
you-
make a supporting statement to them. I know the Lochinvar company is one of the top. Yep. Yeah, Lochinvar is a great company, one of the top Boilermakers, and they've been around forever.
Yeah, we did let RF McDonald bid the Cleaver Brooks, but they couldn't compete with the Lochinvar price.
That
we
figures,
couldn't
I mean,
afford- We couldn't get all 3 done with the Cleaver Brooks.
Lochinvar will, when they're knowing a commercial and you're in an area, they're gonna work with it. There's no
Yeah.
question. But they're still, I mean, they're not a cheap company. They're high quality.
Yeah, and they're coming through Western Nevada, and they have a great warranty program there.
Are those high efficiencies? What's the rating, efficiency?
I'm not sure.
They're condensing units?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're over 90. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you guys for taking the time with these 4 bids. I was wondering that from the accounting's perspective, why one was so low compared to the other. So thank you for explaining that it's the in-house, the plumbing aspect of it. You said that these are going to be completed August 15th before they go back to school in the fall. And then they're going to start when the kids get out then in June, or are we going to have this? Okay. Because I know we did have some boiler problems right after ski week last week, maybe the week before, up at Whitell.
Yeah, it was just a 1-day issue.
Okay. Okay. Good to know. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't another urgent issue type situation. So good to know. Thank you.
With the date being so important for completion, is there a clause, a completion clause on this contract?
Yes, we have a liquidated damages clause in the contract for every day over substantial completion, which basically makes the system work, but punch list items remain. It's I think a $500 a day penalty. We're over that.
Okay.
And again, we've never we've never had to enforce an LD on a project.
Okay, thank you.
Is one of them going into Powell Middle School?
No.
No.
So the but go ahead and talk about the scope of the middle school.
Yeah, ever since I started 5 years ago, the E-wing of Powaloo, they've had issues with a few of the classrooms not getting proper heating or cooling. And so we're adding another pump on that end of the school to get the circulation working there. It's about a $55,000 project. That's why it hasn't happened yet. 87.
Yeah, I know they're having a lot of problems out there, and I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, so have I. I mean, it's hard to, for a few classrooms, it's hard to spend $100,000, but we went ahead and took care of it.
Good. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, thank you very much for the presentation and for answering our questions. We really appreciate it. We need to ask for public comment before we continue, because this is an action item. So, if you guys would mind just stepping over to the side so we can have public comment. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item? All right, seeing that there is none, do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we award the bid for the boiler replacement project to ACCO Engineered Systems Incorporated for the Douglas County School District-wide boiler replacement project.
I will second that.
All
Not-
right.
Do I need to say not to exceed the amount of $1,441,000? Right.
All
Yeah,
right,
I'll second.
I have a motion by Ms. Knighting, a second by Mr. Burns. Any other further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Phil and Scott.
All right, next on our agenda is the proposed cell tower on school district property. And I know that we have Chris and I don't know your name, I'm sorry.
Yvonne Pinto, Municipal Engagement for Verizon.
All right, I thought you were going to be joining us over the phone, so I'm really glad that you're here.
One person will be joining us over the
Okay.
phone. He's giving the EME presentation.
Okay.
Yes, and my name is Chris Hatch, representative of Epic Wireless, presenting the project today.
The time is yours.
Just a minute.
To introduce myself as the slides come up, my name is Chris Hatch on behalf of Epic Wireless, representing the project for Verizon Wireless. Yvonne Pinto is here today with Municipal Engagement. And we do have waiting on the Zoom call, Mr. Witowski of Oku Solutions, who is an RF and EME expert, who's going to speak on electromagnetic energy spectrum and the safety of these projects that we uphold them to. So that's not how I made that slide. So when that's ready to go, I'll go to the next slide. All right, over to me. I think so. Okay. It worked. So Verizon Wireless is considering the Douglas High School stadium light pole location as an alternative, which was represented by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners for Verizon to consider as an alternative to our ongoing project with the county at Fire Station 14. This is a project that's designed to cover most of East Minden around Highway 88 and 395, and covering the high school and some of the municipal buildings around the fire station, their headquarters, and Fire Station 14 on County Road. Oh, should have brought my glasses for this one. That's a little TV. So the county asked us to take a look at this location, bring it before the board, and see if the school district would be interested in reviewing this location and accepting it as a possible alternative.
And thank you for that consideration today. We'll step with the presentation here. This involves a replacement of the 58-foot light standard that is at the football stadium with a replacement 80-foot pole with the antennas above the lights. The 80-foot is determined by the county as the limitation for the height of a wireless facility in a public facilities zone, and that is why that elevation has been selected at this location. This would require design review and permit. This would go through the town of Minden with advisory to the county, same as the previous projects we've brought before the county. And just like our review with the fire board, it goes before the school district today for review and consideration of developing a contract and a location for the facility. So here's an overview of our proposed location for the tower replacement. This is based off previous work that we started with the school district personnel about 2 years ago when we were looking at numerous locations to develop the site throughout the community. We did start some initial work and discussions with some facilities folks about that pole, and our project took us in a different direction, but we're back to discuss it with you today. So that location was based off of input from the school district at that time. We're not set on that location, but it would be a good spot for the tower. That is the tower that is currently just behind the stadium lights on the northeast side of the football stadium. There are 4 along that path. This is, I think, the second one from the north, so just behind the stadium. There's a little picture there. I'll get to a zoomed in view of that here in a moment, of the tower. It's a yellow arrow there. Again, here is the 80-foot tower. This is a simulation I did of the tower showing what it would look like as a replacement for the light standard. The lights would be taken off of the existing tower and moved over to the new tower. We suspect it would be about 4 feet away from the existing tower, but in line. That way, the focusing the lights isn't too difficult for whoever puts them back up there. That is to make room for the foundation for the new tower while the old tower stays in place, so we don't disrupt the lighting for the sports activities. The antennas would be mounted between 72 and 80 feet above ground at that location. The lights would remain at 56. And the equipment would either surround the tower at the base in that area, or we could put them somewhere in an area that works better for the school within, say, 50 to 100 feet from that location. The closer, the better, just to keep things succinct with the contract. Let's go on to the next. So here is a better view of from afar what that would look like with the existing facilities. So it's right there at the football stadium. It's another view. This is from Mahogany Drive, looking onto the property. And this is from the north, looking south from the baseball fields. The proposed tower is designed to increase an existing, to fill an existing gap in coverage in East Minden around 395 and 88. You can see it represented on this map here in the gray and light gray areas. Those are areas right around the high school and the community to the west of the high school that currently have little to no coverage in their homes for Verizon. This also is little to no coverage inside the high school for Verizon customers. And in the case of an emergency, when first responders or students or facilities folks need to use 911, all carriers support 911 service. So it doesn't matter which carrier you have, your phone works from 911. Verizon wants to be a part of that pool, supporting first responders and the community in that area. So this facility, we took a look at it with our engineer Maher, and he found that this location would support that gap in coverage very well. And so we're excited to have your consideration of the project. And to talk about EME safety, we do have on the phone Mr. Witowski, and he would like to take the presentation from here. David, if you would please let me know when to go to the next slide, I'll click you through.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chris. Good evening to the trustees. My name is David Witkowski. I'm the CEO of Oku Solutions. Chris, if you would advance to the next slide, please.
Done.
Over, yeah, done.
Oh, might be a little bit of a delay on my side then. Okay. So I'll go ahead and presume that you're seeing the right slides, and I won't bother with what I'm showing on my screen.
We're seeing your likeness at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Relevant to this investigation, the thing that about my background that is probably most important is that I am a senior member of the IEEE, which is the Institute for Electrical and Electronic Engineers. In that organization, I serve as the member for the IEEE Standards Association on the International Committee on Electromagnetic Safety. This is the group that produces the C95 standard. Next slide, please.
Go.
The ICES is the organization that produces the standard that is used by governments around the world to produce their RF safety regulations, including the Federal Communications Commission. The ICES consists of over 200 members. I think at this point we're up to 260, ranging from scientists to medical professionals, academics, engineers, and government employees. We meet formally every 6 months. We update our standard on a fairly regular basis. The last time that we updated our standard was in 2019, which then led the FCC to issue its ruling on their standard, which was also issued in 2019. Next slide, please.
Go.
So the question of what is electromagnetic energy and how does it relate to safety and to our lives? Next slide, please. So it's important for us to bear in mind that electromagnetic energy actually represents several things, some of which are very common in our lives. The most obvious of that is light, visible light. Ultraviolet light above the range of visible light is in what is known as the ionizing range, and that is the point at which the photons of light have enough energy to knock electrons off of atoms and molecules and begin to actually do damage. This is why when we go outside, we wear sunscreen, because there is a potential for damage from ultraviolet light, causing DNA changes below the level of ultraviolet light, from visible light down through infrared, microwaves, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cellular, FM radio, AM radio, walkie-talkies, all the things, cordless phones, all the things that we use on our daily lives that are wireless. That RF energy does not have enough energy to knock electrons off of atoms and molecules. It is then non-ionizing, and it dissipates its energy in matter only as heat, in which case we will, depending upon the level of that heat, we might feel that or not, depending upon how high it is. Next slide, please.
Good.
So in the ICES and the regulatory world, when we look at the question of RF safety and EMF safety, we look at several factors, one of which is the power output of the radio that's being used, or in the case of something that's optical, we would look at the output of the emitter. We would look at the antenna or the lens type, especially if it's directional. We look at the frequencies that are being used. We look at what is known as the free space path loss, which is the manner in which electromagnetic energy dissipates exponentially as you move away from the source. Next slide, please.
Good.
We're all familiar in our daily lives with free space path loss, maybe without realizing it. For example, if you're standing near a fire, or if you're standing near a hot stove, or you're standing near a space heater, or anything, a hot window or a hot wall that is emitting heat, as you back away from that source, you you feel the heat less. That's because the infrared electromagnetic energy attenuates exponentially as you move away from that source. This is the same behavior that occurs in wireless. So when we look at the question of safety of a cellular site, the distance from that cellular site has a great effect on the level of RF that is imparted to objects in the environment. Next slide, please.
Good.
So I want to caveat this slide, because this is a very preliminary discussion. Verizon Wireless has not actually created a design for this site, but what I did was I took the site for one of the other possible locations that's being considered in the area, and I moved it over to the potential location. So I want to caveat what I'm doing here by saying this is not the application. Verizon Wireless needs to actually produce their design, in which case what's known as an electromagnetic engineering report will be produced, and I will do the review on that and have more to say about it. What I did here was simply to get a sense for where the areas are that the RF will impinge on the ground, and I wanted to make sure that there are no areas of overexposure. In my analysis, there are no areas of overexposure. One thing I will note, in a predictive engineering analysis on RF, the levels are always going to be 5 to 10 times higher. And the reason why is because we presume a worst case scenario when we do the analysis. We presume that all radios are operating at full power, which they typically do not. We presume that the ground is a perfect RF reflector, which it is not. And we presume a variety of other factors that are actually in practice. When we measure those sites, the sites are not, the sites typically measure out about 5 to 10 times less. I do want to mention that the frequencies that are used in this site, because this is a 5G site, sometimes people will have concerns because they believe that 5G equates to what is known as millimeter wave, which operates in the 27 to 28 gigahertz band. This site, if it is a copy of the other site that's being proposed elsewhere in Minden, is not a millimeter wave site. And I want to mention something about 5G because as I think about what is possibly being vocalized as concern, 5G is just a form of modulation. If we're not considering millimeter wave, it's just like 4G. There's really no difference between it. The difference comes in the performance that's based primarily upon the radios and the semiconductors that are being used. Probably the best analogy that I can think of for this is we all remember maybe dial-up modems, and those went over our telephone lines. And back then you were lucky if you could get 14.4 kilobits per second, and maybe at some point you got up to 56 kilobits per second. And then now we have DSL, which is megabits going over that same piece of wire. And so the question is well, what changed? And the answer is the semiconductors changed, the modulation methods changed. We got better at making more with what we have. 5G is just that. It is a different form of modulation with newer semiconductors, newer radios that can take advantage of the same spectrum. If you look on a spectrum analyzer at a 5G site, it is indistinguishable from a 4G or even a 3G site. So there's no concern here about 5G being somehow different or unique. It is just RF energy operating in the bands that are being considered. Next slide, please.
Good.
Yeah. So, and this is just another view of showing a little bit more of a zoom in on the roof of that south building at the southern end of the high school. And so I found no areas of concern. The levels are all within the federal communications limits, even if the site is built with with more power than I've analyzed here. I don't see that there's going to be any problems, even if people are working on the roof. I checked the roof of the stadium on the score box. I checked the light poles in the area. I found no areas of concern. Again, disclaimer here is that I'm guessing as to what this site will look like. I think it's a pretty educated guess, but I will have to analyze the final design once it is produced. Next slide, please. And that is my presentation. I'm available for questions now or later, depending upon how you want to handle things. Thank you for your time.
So I do have a conclusion, but I'm happy to take questions directly to Mr. Witkowski at this time.
Does the board have any questions?
Yes, many.
Would you like to withhold so it's a round robin for all of us and just get through the end of the presentation?
Oh, sure.
Okay, let's do that then. So in conclusion, we are asking the board to consider whether or not they would be open to working with Verizon at the Douglas High School football field light pole location to develop an alternative to our East Fork Fire Station 14 cell tower project. This is, we're looking for a yes or no for the board for our meeting coming up on the 3rd in our appeal hearing. And with a yes, we can take this forward as a viable alternative to the county. With a no, it'll be like a number of other locations we've looked at. We've ruled it out as an alternative. We'll keep it in mind if things don't go, well with our current active candidates. And we really do appreciate your time in considering it. So the overarching thing we're trying to do here is supply coverage to Minden. To the students, to the community, to the first responders. And we're attempting to find the right place in town to do that. There are a number of planning and siting issues that we have in Minden as far as where we can put cell towers. So public facilities like the high school, like the fire station are preferred by the county, and that's why we're pushed to these locations. That's why we're trying to develop these towers at locations that the county supports and that the community supports. And that's what we're looking for right now is community support for a location so that we can bring this coverage home. This does represent income for the school district, and that is a to be determined amount for a contract fee. Setting up that contract, there will be negotiations with the school district should we get to a yes on this concept. And that concludes my presentation. Yvonne, if you'd like to make any remarks.
I'd just like to thank you for your time. When the county commissioners asked us to review this as an alternative, we truly appreciated that you made time for us in our presentation. And, towards their goal of trying to find the best location, because they do want the service. They just want us to find it in the least intrusive means to the residents and to the community, but also serving the community at the same time. And we appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Question that I have.
Madam President,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Before you go to questions, can I give the board maybe just a little legality here?
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
What Chris and the presenters presented today is exactly right. You're not approving a contract, a design, or anything else. It's solely a question of whether or not you're willing to allow them to explore this as a viable alternative. In other words, if you're interested in the possibility of a project, when we get to the point of exploring an actual contract, whether it's a lease or a telecommunications contract, there are pretty large statutory requirements on how the district needs to go through that process, which I can help you guys with. And I would just note, as was properly noted in the presentation, our sole consideration is whether or not you're willing to explore the idea. This board does not have any authority on the permitting within Douglas County, or on the advisory opinion that could come from the town of Minden. Truly, it's whether you guys are interested in exploring the idea of a tower on your football field or not, and that's what you're limited to today.
Thank you very much. Just one. Oh, for him? Okay.
So we have the right to say, I have the right to say no to this. And that, so if the city of Minden said yes and me as a board member said no, my no holds weight. Is that right?
Your no holds weight insofar as exercising your discretion as a board member on this board.
Correct.
The town and the county can't force you to put this on your football field. This
Okay.
is school district property, and as
Thank
the
you.
board of trustees, you have management of the property. So your decision is whether or not you're willing to consider it being located on your property. Like I said, you can't change what the county or the town do outside of school district
Right.
property.
Thank you.
In my discussion with Charlotte Hales, she's the Douglas County Commissioner Chairman. She mentioned that you guys were waiting, or they were waiting on more information to be shared at the on the 3rd for other sites, or can you give me more information on that?
Absolutely. The alternative sites analysis, which this is part of that, your decision tonight to whether even consider this as a proposal for us to take forward, as your council mentioned. That's part of our alternative sites analysis. It's literally the last piece of the puzzle. I sent over to Ms. Hales the alternative sites analysis minus your decision tonight, so she could get a look at it earlier today. So she is aware, and I had a very lengthy conversation with her as to what alternatives were looked at. And like I said, she has a copy of that now. So right now, we're not waiting on anything other than tonight's.
Can you tell us what those alternative sites were?
Yes, because it'll be part of public record when it goes in on the 3rd. We've looked at the swim center, which one of the commissioners wanted us to look at the property they had. The problem with the parcel that the swim center was possibly interested, but they're a couple years away from rezoning. I think there's a flood determination as well. There's a couple of hurdles to get through on that one. So several years away doesn't bring Minden the service that for that area. So that one's one in the alternative sites. Wastewater treatment plant, they said no. We did a similar presentation to them, and they declined. There are, what were the other ones?
There are a number of other locations.
But that they either aren't willing, or the coverage is not going to, there's still going to be gaps in service. So I can absolutely, it'll be on their agenda and be available for all the members here to read. Once you have your decision tonight, it'll be submitted and everyone will be able to read prior to the April 3rd hearing. Thank you. You're welcome.
So, when was the last time that there was any study done on the macro bio, like on bugs and things like that, things within our system, say? When was the last study done on actual living people?
That would be the IEEE. David, I believe you're still on.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, and if you could speak to, I know the FCC had their original report that came out, I think, in 1996, and they've updated it. And 2019 was the last time, you mentioned it in your presentation, 2019 was the last time they updated their standards by saying nothing had changed. Is that correct?
Well, let me clarify that.
Yes. Thank you.
The standard did not update in 2019 because when the IEEE released its update of C95, it was effectively the same. There was really nothing in there that warranted a change at the Federal Communications Commission. So what the question about the studies on flora and fauna, which is what the questioner was asking, studies on, for example, insects, animals, plants. Most recently, that was released in July of 2024. It was a study, was known as the Berzozek study, which included other people as well, including Ken Karapetis, who's a fairly prolific writer on this topic. It was in the International Journal of Environmental Studies. And it was a pretty compelling study because it found that what it did was a systemic review of all studies that had been done on flora and fauna. It then went through and rated them for quality. That's typically what we mean by a systemic review is a review of reviews. And then it asked the question, did the higher quality studies find effects versus the lower quality studies? And I can go into what makes a study high or low quality if you'd like. But basically what this found was that the highest quality studies that had been done on flora and fauna found no effects on animal life, insects, plants. So this tracks with what we know from effects on human beings. And that I think was a fairly good study, or rather a systemic review.
How was the study executed? How was the study done? And the effects on children? How was this study conducted? I've seen no evidence there was any study done on the effects on children or on, our biology at all. I see none of that.
Well, Trustee, let me clarify that you asked the question about animals and plants, and so I was addressing that question. If you're asking the question,
living things, yeah.
If you're asking about children, then the answer shifts to a different body of studies that was done. So last year, the World Health Organization completed a series of systemic reviews that were done specifically on the question of impacts to human beings and children as well. There were some studies that were released in 2023 as well, but that has been something that has actually come out in the last year, studies on children. There are concerns, of course, because children are smaller. They typically have thinner skulls. They have more water in their brains. And so as the concern is does the RF energy impact them more? When we look at the level of electromagnetic energy in our lives, relative to all of the various sources that we have, heating from visible light, infrared sources, those are the major contributors to electromagnetic exposure. And of course, we all feel this when we walk outside in direct sunlight on a warm winter morning, and we feel our bodies warming up right away because that electromagnetic energy is heating us up. The levels for cellular sites are much, much lower, like 100 times lower than what we get from the sun. And so when we think about those impacts, and in fact, we're exposed to electromagnetic energy at all times because everything that is warm, anything that is above 0 degrees, absolute 0 Kelvin, is emitting some form of electromagnetic energy because it is warm. So there's infrared energy around you right now. The person sitting next to you is emitting infrared energy, and that is actually higher levels than you would get from a cell tower. So if we're not concerned about the effect of infrared or visible light on adults or children beyond the sunscreen issue that I talked about, then these levels are not high enough to warrant concern. But it is a question that is being looked at on a fairly ongoing basis. And as I mentioned, studies just came out last year on that topic.
One of the concerns that I have, well, many, but the FCC seems to be very cozy with the telecom community. And so it seems to me that there are studies that are done in the private sector that are dismissed that show a lot damage that isn't being seen by people like the World Health Organization. Not a big fan, but so I think I'm a little concerned about that kind of relationship the FCC has with telecom community, and there's a lot of money involved.
If
I'm
I
gonna
can
let somebody else ask some questions. Thank you very much.
If I can just address your comment, please, I just want to clarify something. So the Federal Communications Commission does not employ researchers to do this kind of work. They rely on researchers in the government from other agencies. Food and Drug Administration, for example, is an agency that is funded to do work on RF, EMF health effects. There are, of course, countries around the world that are looking at this in Europe and in Asia. In that whole body of research that we look at in the IEEE, when we produce our C95 standard, the FCC then derives their guidance from the standard because they don't have researchers. A former FCC commissioner who was a colleague of mine once said over dinner that the FCC has enough money to pay their lawyers and keep the lights on, and that's pretty much it. So they don't do their own research. And now they may have relationships with the industry. I wouldn't presume to speak to that question. But when they look at the question of safety, they rely on expert agencies and expert organizations. The biggest one that they rely on is the one that I'm a member of.
Well, a former FCC chairman, Ajit Pai, I believe Pai, was appointed to lead the Wireless Industry Association, CTIA, last week. So it seems to be a revolving door. Do you see my concern?
Well, I see. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but please go ahead.
Well, it was said that they don't hire, FCC people, and that isn't the case.
Well, what I'm saying is the FCC does not hire researchers. The Ajit Pai went to the CTIA, replacing Meredith Atwell Baker. Yes, that did occur, and the CTIA is a lobbying organization, and that's a somewhat separate question. If we're addressing the question of, is the FCC a captive agency in some way that is doing research to benefit the industry, the answer is no, because they don't do research. They rely on organizations like the IEEE, the International Commission for Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, the National Commission on Radiation Protection, which is congressionally funded. There's a variety of agencies out there that do this kind of work, but the FCC does not actually do research. So I hope that clarifies.
I would argue that there's influence, though, but thank you very much. I'm going to let some others ask some questions. Thank you.
So I have a sort of a statement. The Children's Health Defense Group 1A in 2021 won a court ruling at the Ninth Circuit Court. In the details, they found the FCC ignored 1,100 pages of evidence on children's unique vulnerabilities. There are many independent studies that show the harm of RF radiation, such as BioInitiative Report and the National Toxicology Program Study. These studies report genetic effects, neurological disorders, and increased cancer risk. And I've gone on the internet and I've done a lot of research. I will never myself agree to put, whether it's proven or not, I wouldn't take the chance to have that kind of radiation, even if it's a 5%, 2% chance around those children. They are precious, and no amount of money makes up for the health of our children. Thank you. And I'd like an answer to this question. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure that I heard a question, but I did hear some points in there. So if I can address a couple things. The lawsuit was the Environmental Health Trust versus FCC. It was in the DC Circuit Court of Appeals. You are correct that they did win a remand against the Federal Communications Commission. And basically what they found was the DC Circuit Court found that the FCC violated the Administrative Procedures Act by not documenting as accurately as they should have the work that they did to do the update. And that involved many meetings. The proceeding on this had actually been open since 2013, so it was about 6 years of work that should have been documented. The DC Circuit Court found that it was not documented as well as it should have been. So they allowed the ruling, or the FCC's ruling to stand, but they asked them to go back and revisit the question of how they arrived at their decision. The way that I liken this to something that would be familiar to, I think, most people in this room, it would be like if I, on a math test, wrote an answer, but I didn't show my work. So I lost points. I got the right answer. And that's effectively what the DC Circuit Court said, was we're not questioning the answer you got, but we want to know how you got there. The Bio-Initiative report, there are some challenges with that. I can go into that if you like. It's a bit long-winded. The National Toxicology Study, there were some issues with the National Toxicology Study. In the ICES, we review all of these things in detail. It's pretty long-winded to go into what happened with those studies. But I would say that there were issues with both of them that are pretty well understood relative to the body of evidence that's out there from these larger agencies and these larger organizations, the European government studies that are being done, University College London and the Cosmos study that just came out last year. I know some folks expressed concern about the World Health Organization, so okay, understand that there may be concerns there, but there's the vast body of evidence here relative to these problematic studies is that EMF is safe within the limits that have been set for safety.
So where are the studies of children over time, blind studies of children that prove that the children are not at risk for this? Are there actual studies? I'd like to see them. Also, it's very interesting that the telecommunication industry and the FCC are immune from prosecution for health effects, for negative health effects. Why? Why are you exempt from prosecution? Just like the pharmaceutical companies, I don't understand it.
I can't address that last question. I'm not immune from prosecution, and I'm not a member of Verizon. So I'm an independent
Well,
consulting.
why is Verizon exempt? You can answer. Why is Verizon exempt from?
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, and it would be inappropriate for me to express any opinion about that. I don't know how they arrived at that. So
thank you.
Yeah.
And just to add to David's, he's an expert in his own right, in his own field, his own company separate. We have there's several, in addition to David, there's Bill Hammett. He also presented out here at the fire district. EME safety is fairly well documented. I understand your concerns. David did rightfully call out exactly what that Supreme Court case was. They remanded it back to show their work.
Where are the studies, though? Where are the studies of children around these towers? You present them to me, the studies?
A lot of these studies are done, and Mr. Witkowski can probably correct me here, but I'll keep it in layman's and short terms. A lot of these studies are done on small populations of rodents and other materials, things that can be measured and done so in a way that does not affect the population of our country. So we're not going to put kids in a cage and microwave them.
I understand,
but
there's towers all around the country, and there's people that live there.
So using that as an argument that studies haven't been done on kids is unfair, because it has been done on analogs, and so those exist, and they're in the record and fact. So pivoting off to say you haven't done studies on kids is unfair to the science that's been done.
In your opinion. Also, why are you exempt? I want to know. Do you know the answer to that?
I cannot answer that question.
Dave?
Let me address something here that is worth considering. We look at the data from cancer.gov, tracing back into the early 90s. One of the things that we find in the United States is that the incidence of brain cancer, the incidence and mortality of brain cancer has been going down over time. Since about the mid-90s is when cellular became a thing that a lot of people could afford and started using. Of course, in today's world, we all have phones, we all carry phones. Chris is right. You know, in order to do a study on children that was truly directed at children, you would have to effectively put them in a cage for years, which of course we would never do. So we have to do what is known as a cohort, which is to look at the population. We pick a point in time where we have a certain health effect that we may infer has been caused by something. And we ask the question, did that go up in correlation with the thing that we think may be causing a problem? And when we look at the number of phones and cell towers by extension that are out there, of course, those have been going up. Wi-Fi access points, Bluetooth, cellular, cordless phones, all the things that we use in our daily lives, which are wireless, all of those things have exploded exponentially in popularity and use. What's been going down for the United States government's cancer data is cancer, brain cancer, and inner ear cancers. So those things cannot be causal because they are not correlated. If one curve is going down and the other is going up, they cannot be correlated. And we find that in all of these other cohort studies as well, including the University of College London's Cosmos study, the Danish cohort. That these studies are all out there. They are all available for you to look at. And if you would like, we can provide documents to you and you can read them. But what we see in the population is that these negative health effects, which are inferred by people who want, I think, sometimes to prove their point, is that there's something out there. But when we look at the data, it does not support those conclusions.
I have no point to prove. I just want our children.
I'm
to
not
be
saying you,
safe.
and I
You
apologize.
haven't convinced me of anything. You haven't changed my mind at all. I'm totally think that to put a cell tower on a high school campus is a horrible thing to do. But thank you for answering my question.
Okay,
Would you like the cohort studies to be provided? We'll be happy.
Yes.
Okay, I'd be happy to send them.
now, I'm going to come back to the question again that you were asked. Why are you exempt from prosecution? I can probably answer that because you're not sure what's not going to happen or what could happen. And now you're going to put that on this board to approve it. And we're the ones going to get prosecuted. We're not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. So I've seen too much over the years. But when the FCC hasn't really done anything since 1996, but listened to a bunch of different people that are observing all this, how do I know who they work for? Are they working for Verizon? Are they working for the other companies? We don't know. So now the FCC gets that information and they base it on that. I asked at the last commissioners meeting, I asked for a third party to take this that the county could agree on and take it out of the hands of Verizon to give proof that it would not be affected towards children. I raise kids. I'm older. My son had ADD. You know what one of the things that really triggered him, we found out? Fluorescent lights. Put a kid with hyper, put him under fluorescent lights. That's just something, I'm not doing a comparison. I'm telling you things change and I'm not willing to put the kids. I have a responsibility. I'm going to speak for myself because I can't speak for the other six. I have a responsibility to be on record to protect these kids. That's what I'm on the board for. That's first and foremost is the safety of our kids. So that's what I have to look at. You haven't proven to me it's something that you can't see. I can't visually see it. So the danger to me is not available to say it's okay. I can't do that. I'm not going to be on record so I can be prosecuted or sued over something. In a school district, we allow that on there as a school district. I'm long gone. Something comes up. You're not taking the responsibility for it. Now it's on the school district. I don't agree with it at all. So and I never got one word from that last meeting of anything of getting a third party that was ignored. And I think that was the beginning point that you failed.
Actually, Mr. Burns, I'd like to speak to that point. We have actually been in dialogue with all the commissioners regarding what you mentioned at the last hearing, the third-party independent EME, and we've invited it. We've said, yes, we're on board. Absolutely. You have a list of people you want to engage for this. That's something we're open to. So if that's something the school district needs to see, absolutely. That's not anything of a concern. And we've also made that offer for the existing site to the commissioners. So
I told the commissioner at that meeting, I said, do you want your legacy? If something happens, if this isn't right and something happens, do you want it as a legacy of you sitting on this board as commissioners to be responsible for that? Of course, they're not going to answer me because they're not supposed to. But the point being is, I'm not willing to put myself out there and take the chance to allow something in here when we've seen a lot of information from outside against it. I'm waiting for the stuff that's for it. And the FCC tells me that there's nothing to change and update since '96. That concerns me right there. Thank you.
understood. And if what this district is asking is for an independent third-party EME, again, we will provide that.
So I've got a couple questions, and one thing I want to address is they're here presenting, and I feel like we're attacking them, and I don't think that's appropriate. There's no reason to attack them. We can have our opinions, and they can differ, but I'm not going to attack you. There's no reason to be attacked at this board meeting here. But I do have a couple questions. So as I'm aware, AT&T has some microcells on top of the high school. Are you aware of that, or is that
Yes,
accurate?
that was verified by an independent report and testing that you do currently have 5G antennas on top of the high school roof.
Antennas are microcells, or is there a difference?
There's no difference. They're just a small antenna.
Okay. So in that type of scenario, is there an increased effect by having microcells on the high school and then a tower within close proximity of said microcells?
Our expectation is that if we can find a location for what we call a macro site versus a micro site, that other carriers like AT&T and T-Mobile will all move to this location, as it will fill the coverage better for their gaps that exist in this area. The existing microcell, which doesn't have the capacity to support like a normal macro site, which can support many hundreds of people on it at one time. This can just fill it so that you get the 5 bars on your phone. But if more than like 10 or 15 people get on there at one time, it's just like your home Wi-Fi, the bandwidth crashes. So if there's a macro solution, which Verizon is leading the charge on doing for the site of Minden, then the other carriers will go over to it to develop on that location, because the permitting is much easier at that point in time. And because, and AT&T and the microcell does show that AT&T, even though they have a tower that's even closer to this location, a macro site, has a gap in this area. So the gap exists. And
So along those lines, is this tower designed to be a macro?
correct.
Okay, so then the question still remains, if this is a macro cell tower and you're anticipating that AT&T and T-Mobile and other carriers will move to said macro site tower, then it's the same question. So what's happening if they all move to this tower also?
So all EME reports get updated for the cumulative effect of the towers. So at all times, the tower and every single one of the carriers are communicating, they're sharing the data for that location. They're making sure that all of the total levels of EME from that location meet all standards for the area. And so they all work together to make sure the antennas are tuned and that there's no hot spots in the area, so that it's safe no matter where you are on the property.
Okay, so then the graph that was shown, that it was yellow and green, right? And those, I'm guessing, are variations of danger, back to the one of the tower and the high school. Yeah, sorry, not the coverage. I'm gonna get to that, I promise, but this one. So are we safe in assuming, and maybe this is a question for the gentleman on Zoom, that if we triple the capacity of that tower, are we also then tripling the amount of danger from the yellow and green to a darker color for the sake of this graph?
It depends on where those antennas are located, whether or not they're on independent poles down the row, as I don't believe this tower will be able to support more than, like, say, T-Mobile. AT&T has a much larger footprint, so they would most likely be doing an identical tower nearby. But again, that cumulative model would come up, and if they need to detune any one sector or tilt the antennas in such a way to make sure that that hotspot never gets to the maximum amount for I forget the whole term, but exposure.
Yeah.
So there at no point in time would the site ever exceed those safety levels.
Okay, so, and then the gentleman on Zoom, if he's still here, and I don't know that he would have to answer this, you might know the question, but, or the answer, excuse me. When you do your report, so if this board were to approve this location and the report, if the report came back in a negative light or a dangerous light, then what's the next plan?
We would not be able to build the site.
Okay, so I would assume you have a contingency plan. If the high school is a no-go, what is the next location? Or can you provide that information?
I don't believe we can take those steps in this meeting at this time.
Okay, fair enough. So along those lines, obviously, cell phone coverage by the high school, I will tell you, with Verizon, I switched because I didn't feel my kids were safe there. I couldn't get a hold of them. They couldn't call to me. And if my daughter was a few minutes late, after about 30 minutes, an hour, you start to panic that something has gone wrong, even though most likely it hasn't. I think most of the people on this board didn't have cell phones, and we just had to be back at a certain time and life was awesome. But along those lines, how important is the proximity of the tower to the dead zone? So in other words, I'm in the middle of northern Nevada on random hunts all the time in the middle of nowhere, and I have perfect service, and I'm not near a cell phone tower, not even close. So why is it so important that it's in a closer proximity to the school?
Unless Mr. Witowski wants to take this in
Yeah.
more detail. It has to do with height and proximity to the dead zone. And in a case like this, an 80-foot tower only reaches so far in a distance because, as you see just from this slide here, portions of the building reflect the energy transmitted from the tower. And each one of those locations is a blockage. And so the power of the signal behind that is much less than if it was unobstructed. So in wide open areas like hunting or in the backcountry, you're really not getting a lot of blockage, but you're getting scattering from the mountains. The cell tower in an urban environment is seeing a lot of very small mountains, and it's a very small tower. And so the signal gets scattered, it bounces around, there'll be some spots, even with the tower at this location, there might still be a dead zone in someone's kitchen somewhere. But the greatest effect from this location at Douglas High School and in a very small ring right around the traffic circle at 88 and County Road. If we build an 80-foot tower in that location, that's the sweet spot to make sure all of this side of Minden is well covered. And instead of having to, with installing one 80-foot tower here, we don't have to install 200-foot towers on either side of town. And more towers means more AME, and we hope that logic stands on its own. So we want to do what is known as a least intrusive means, which is to find the right spot at the right height to put a very safe structure to serve the most number of people. And that little area is the spot.
So how big of a diameter or circumference, for this sake, math teachers, is this going to fill the gap of?
I can give a general, because this is going to be 5G and what David talked about, the different modulations. We have low band and we have mid band. And low band is the stuff that used to go miles. Back when you first had a cell phone, it went for miles. When you get to the mid band, that's more of the data, and capacity. And so when you're in a city, data and capacity is what gets strained. There's multiple devices at every location. And so 5G just isn't designed to go as far. You're looking at roughly, when I was talking to the RF engineer to get a general idea of any site of how far out they go for 5G, you're talking usually half a mile at most for a circumference for that, for that area to fill the gap for capacity and coverage, as well as picking up any data degradation that's in the area.
As an example, you can see here our Gardnerville site. This is on the Frontier building, just down 395. And you can see as it's transmitting up into Minden, the green, which is where you get that good data coverage inside buildings, starts to degrade very quickly from the low trees and buildings in the area. It gets a little bit scattered and it creates the dead zone that's in the Douglas High School area. So what we're trying to do is put a site on the other side of that so they can sort of cover over the top of each other, but they're not so close that they fire over the top of each other, which would scramble the signal on the other side and have to tune both sites down. So it's putting it in just a sweet spot that they can both work at optimal levels to do the most amount of coverage for an area, give the most benefit. And so the spot that I was given some 2 years ago was at the high school, pretty much right on top of the high school building. And I called up the school district and said, hey, can we put something on your building? And they're like, no, but let's talk about the football stadium. And we started working multiple alternatives and zoned correctly for the community locations. And
In that radius.
yeah, and that's where we ended up at the fire department as things started taking more momentum at that location than the high school. And that's where we took our project. So that's why we're in this area.
Now, is this a requirement from the FCC that you cover this gap, or is this a Verizon as a company decision to increase revenue?
A couple years back, about 2.5 now, we received complaints from the FCC. And all the carriers, when they receive complaints about lack of coverage in an area, they have to go investigate whether they have gaps in service, whether they've got projects in the pipeline that they can respond to FCC, because we have an obligation to keep that communication network alive with redundancy for emergency services. So that's why more than one carrier needs to be in an area. So if one goes down, the other can pick up the emergency services. So we received complaints. Most of them were for, I want to say there's 20 complaints we had to respond to, and the gap was identified. But that's what prompted these projects to be kicked off, is to address the FCC complaints and for Genoa, Minden, and Gardnerville. Genoa, we started with that one first. Unfortunately, it didn't go very well. Some of you may know the background on that, some of you may not. And so we took it to the more critical area where we felt, especially with the high school, and every time I came in, that roundabout is where it drops. It just dies. Everything dies there. So we launched the project based on the FCC complaints. That's the basis for the project.
So is a tower going up regardless?
Well, we don't have that power. We have, but we have to.
Let me rephrase that. If it's denied tonight here, is Verizon going to continue to exhaust all of their options for a location for the cell phone?
Yes, that is the case, because until we've reached, and we've had some internal discussions about this, of at what point, I asked the question, we received these FCC complaints, at what point do we stop addressing it? And from an emergency services perspective, we have an obligation to keep going. So that's kind of where our hands are a little bit tied.
We've had an extreme level of cooperation with East Fork Fire
which has been evident with these projects being at fire stations where we've been working. And the fire station was the first one that kind of reached out when we said, hey, we're looking to grow our network. They're saying, we need you to grow your network. They work on FirstNet, which is a dual SIM card carrier system, which AT&T developed the FirstNet system after investing in that spectrum and winning the award from the FCC. But a lot of the carriers all rely on redundant systems, and the state of Nevada and a lot of the fire departments throughout it all decided to cooperate with Verizon to build in that redundancy. And throughout the state, through Reno, Sparks, Carson City, and through down into Vegas, all the fire apparatus, when they are working on like a large wildfire or interfacing with CAL FIRE for something coming over the ridge, they all use a system that runs off of internet connected radios that use Verizon as the primary SIM cards in the fire engines to make sure that they've got all the data to work together and coordinate. And in the one area in the county that they do the most training, those systems do not work, and that's Douglas County. And so they said, yes, let's work together. And so we started working on each of these projects in Johnson Lane, Genoa, here at the high school area, and other areas where we could, to try to build some synergy with the fire department to help support first responders in this community.
Okay. Last question, I promise. Is this?
Keep it coming.
Yeah, well, I want to give other people I got other people that need a chance here. I'm long-winded, or curious as the case may be. Is this tower going to be functioning forever? Is it in perpetuity? What happens when you move to 6, 7, 8G with this tower? Does it stay there as an eyesore? Is it disposed of by Verizon?
I don't look it, but I've been doing this for 30 years, and I've only taken 2 towers down in order to make them stronger for more carriers. There have been buyouts where like Sprint was bought by T-Mobile, things like that. So sometimes there's some consolidation in the industry, but for the most part, these towers stay in an area because they're like a water treatment plant. Once it's there, it's primary infrastructure for the area. They stay, and Verizon and the other carriers work to keep those contracts and relationships alive. While most contracts are only a 30-year term, so that parties can come back together and renegotiate things as they change, there are also removal clauses. Verizon agrees to pay to have the facility removed and put back the way it was before. All of that exists in the contract, but we never expect this to reach that end.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I just had a couple of questions. The first is, so if somebody does a 911 call, it doesn't matter what service they have, it will go on any carrier.
Absolutely.
Yes, the fewer carriers though you have, and the more people that are trying to get on 911, the more people that are going to be dropped off of 911 as they're trying to get on. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
And those networks are dedicated to first responders. So if it's all the first responders on the network, and the 911 calls can't come in too. That's why we try to build these robust duplicate facilities.
Yeah, redundancy.
Okay. Another question I had, it said you're talking about everything's in, under the maximum allowed. What are the effects of above the maximum? I mean, does this ever cause any problems if it goes above the maximum? I mean, not that yours,
Yeah.
not
I
that
keep
yours,
pointing at the ceiling, but Mr. Witowski.
not that yours would, but what is the effects of too much of this stuff? What does it do?
David?
David.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, given that RF EMF and infrared or other forms of EMF are all electromagnetic energy, the effect would be that you would be overheated. So it would be like standing outside, depending upon the level, in 105 degree temperature, and your body becomes overheated. And so the solution, if that occurred, which it wouldn't because these sites are designed to not do that, would be to just remove yourself from the area. Like when I was in the military and we were working on radar systems, this was something we actually had to think about because we would be exposed to large amounts of RF in the course of doing our work, and we had to limit our exposure by only being in the area for a certain amount of time and then going somewhere to cool off. But I've been exposed to large amounts of RF in the course of the work that I did in the military, and it has no effect on me other than being hot.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'm hot, but I mean that I got hot. You know, so.
And just so you know that it's when a site, any site, whether it's a cumulative EME or a single carrier EME, no site is designed to ever get
Yeah,
above
and-
the level.
And I should
And-
talk about that, right?
Yeah,
Let-
yeah,
let-
and we turn it down.
Yeah,
Or
let-
remove things.
Well, I guess my question is, sometimes you see things and there's other symptoms that people claim are from these things. I mean, if it ever goes just really high, do people get symptoms like that? Do people get dizzy? Are these things that it can cause at some point?
So great question. So the level at which we set in the IEEE ICES C95 standard for safety is 50 times or 98% below the level at which a 1 degree Celsius rise in core temperature can be measured in the human body. So there's a margin there, a 50x margin of safety. And the reason we do that is because in the course of your daily life, you are going to be exposed to a variety of sources, including visible, infrared, RF. And so we put that 50x margin of safety in there. If you were overexposed, again, it would heat you up. There is no evidence that overexposure leads to health effects in humans, mammals, other than heating. Now, if we're talking about ultraviolet light, then that's different, but these are frequency wise, these are well below ultraviolet light. And so there's the only effect that we have proven medically is heating.
And then my last question, and this might be a strange question. You say the older towers would go for miles, but obviously they can't support streaming and these other things, correct? It's strange that
That's correct.
why don't they just have at least one older tower that at least will take a phone call?
It's not, it's
I mean, is that a stupid question?
it's not the older tower, it's the older technology.
Technology,
So
the
this,
low band.
yeah, the same way a 14.4 modem or a 33 or a 56 would run on 2 pairs of copper when they upgraded, like your phone lines. When they upgraded to DSL, you had to go through cable. It was no longer kind of through your phone line. It's updating the technology.
So our phones would not be able to even make a call on that kind of an old
Do you
tower.
remember the size of the phone back then?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
you would need a large antenna and a very large phone, and people decided they wanted to put them in our pockets. And so as the antennas in the phones get much smaller, so do the antennas in the cell sites, and so everything kind of matches itself to make sure the technology is balanced.
Okay, so I'm understanding modern phones could not connect to any of old towers.
No, that was all the CDMA 2G stuff. So and it was all analog signals. It's the past. Maybe Mr. Witkowski can better.
Better yeah,
describe
they
that.
they did. Was it put it to bed?
Put it to bed.
Yeah, they put it to bed. The older technology, they basically all the carriers put it to bed. In some very, very, and I'm talking very rural areas. Sometimes they'll keep it up for a little while.
See, I come from a really rural area, but
I used to install the radios in those systems, and they were big, giant, heavy, hot things. I was exposed to a lot of EME too doing that. I used to have black hair. Kidding. But there was a lot that went into it. The cell sites themselves had multiple air conditioners to try to keep themselves cool. There was just so much that went into broadcasting those signals. And over time, we've gotten smaller and smaller radios, smaller and smaller amount of energy coming out from the sites. But that does mean we need more sites to make sure we maintain lower and lower EME levels. So the noise, or the total EME floor from cellular these days is much, much lower. Back then you had competing systems like paging and TV signals, the FAA radar signals that tell the airplanes what height there are. All those technologies have all been sunsetted, and then the frequency spectrum's all been merged into the wireless spectrum in order to be used in very, very small shortwave or short range systems. So what the lower end of the spectrum we're using these days used to be used for watching Perry Mason. That was your TV signals, and all this stuff it all evolves to become a better, more efficient system, and that's what you have in your phone these days.
So my questions are kind of all over the place because it's how I thought when you guys were talking. Pretty much a grab kind of thing. It's interesting because I have 3 phones, 3 different carriers. Because of where I live at the lake, I don't get Verizon very well. Where I am down here, I don't get Verizon very well. So then I have AT&T, and now I have a district phone on another type situation. What we noticed on Wednesday last week, we had a power outage. And it's something that we notice up at the lake a lot is our area doesn't get coverage from Verizon. It's very minimal at best. And when the power went out, we had we had subs and other people up there. And the problem that we had was we couldn't get out to our parents. Like our students couldn't call. They couldn't let them know that, hey, even though the high school had been in session, you needed to come pick up your parents. So like, for instance, my son, we didn't know if he was at school or if he was on the bus coming home. We couldn't get a hold of him. And then he shows up at home. It's like, oh, you got a ride from the bus. Very cool. But with that, with the power outage, it really affects a safety issue. So it's a safety issue for our kids, but it's also a safety issue making sure there's, not too much extra stuff going on. Like I can turn these off at the end of the day. I can turn off my computer at the end of the day. With a tower, I can't turn it off. So I don't know how much, if we put that on a field, how much are we going to be able to mitigate that? I guess one of the questions that I have is, what did the town of Minden say to go back to this site? Since obviously that first site, was this a first site? Was this a second site? What was the thought process underneath that?
I'll field that one. Okay, so we went to the planning board and they denied it. We appealed. It went to the commissioners. And the commissioners continued the hearing, asking us to look at, because at the time, the site was Station 14. So at the time, the commissioners asked us to continue and truly dig down into an alternative sites analysis more than we already had. So we did that. And part of that digging is talking to each of the commissioners saying, okay, do you have an idea? We'll take ideas from, do you have an idea of some place you feel this would be a good location? And so given the ring and the short radius, the swim center was identified, the school, because it was originally the circle, but we ended up segueing over to the fire station. We were asked to go back to the school. And there are a couple other properties that they said no. So, that's how we ended up back here.
Okay.
That's the short answer.
Okay. So when you talked about putting up this tower, taking down the current lights, putting up this new one, had the antennas on top, you talked about ground equipment. What does that look like? Because obviously that's in the stadium. We have it needed to be close in proximity to the stadium. What does that look like? What kind of impact would that have on our community if we were?
Sorry, zoom in on this for you. For the most part, I'll answer so it's we typically build a 30 by 30 foot space, but if we're just trying to keep things tight to the Verizon equipment and the tower, it could be as much as 15 by 20 feet, a small compound area. Inside there are usually 3 equipment cabinets about the size of a refrigerator and an emergency backup generator so that the site works during a power outage.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out because we do that. So that side is our home side on the football field. So I'm just trying to figure out what does that look like when our students, we don't have all 1,500 students show up to a football game. I mean, we might, you never know. Plus everybody else in town, you never know.
Yeah,
But what does that look like for our community when you have this large 15 by 20.
So I simulated it here in the image, and unfortunately I can't zoom in. I made it blend in with the black box on the left. I believe there's a Connex there of some sort for storage of equipment. And so I used, yeah, there it is right there. So I used the same sort of metal sheeting siding to blend in.
Okay.
And then there's a snow roof over the top of that just to make sure that the equipment doesn't get inundated by a snowdrift should that show up. But that is subject to change of location, design, aesthetics, based on guidance from the district. That is not set in stone. We could be anywhere within 50 feet of there.
Okay. Now, when you talk about the radius and you talk about where it is on those buildings, that's our gym. That's, I think, the small gym that we use for wrestling. I believe dance might be in part of that gym as well. So we have students that spend a lot of time in that. That's potentially underneath that yellow and green area that they spend a lot of time.
This will be further away from the students already being exposed to the EME from the AT&T microcell.
Because that microcell is on top of the
Yes.
building. Okay.
Well,
Oh, was that him?
Was that David? Was that David?
Did you have a hiccup or a answer?
I was considering commenting on that, and I was
Okay.
If you have a correction, please add it to the.
no, everything you said is correct. But to your point, I just wanted to make the point that the yellow and the green, I found no areas that are in excess of the maximum permissible exposure limits. So earlier there was a comment about how those were the danger zones. And I want to clarify that I found no danger zones. This is all within the limits. And what's on the roof. And of course, the roof itself will reduce the signal. The walls will reduce the signal. The metal, the wood, all the structural elements of the building, actually, by the time that it gets inside the building, those levels will be reduced typically by a factor of about 10.
Okay.
I did the simulation on the roof because I was thinking more along the lines of the question of, if somebody goes up there to service HVAC or something like that, were there any areas on the roof that the custodial or maintenance workers would have to be concerned about? And I didn't find that there were areas of concern.
Okay. So I know in Reno and Washoe County, I believe Worcester has larger towers on them. Do you know of any studies of the students that have gone to that school with those towers on them?
So I think that's a very good point that I don't think you intended to bring this point, but it's actually a very good segue into a point that we should make. Cellular sites are actually fairly common at schools around the United States. It's not uncommon for schools to have them because of course schools always can use more money. And so schools are typically saying yes to these because of that revenue. I talked earlier about that concept of a cohort. We could consider the schools in the United States that have said yes to cellular to be a cohort. That school that you're talking about particularly has not been studied. But what we can say is that these schools around the United States in general that are hosting cellular facilities are not seeing, for example, cancer clusters. They're not seeing autism or other effects that some people have tried to attribute to EMF exposure. If that was correlated to the presence of a cell tower on the campus, we would expect to see, for example, those cancer rates going up at those schools, and we don't see that in the population. But of course, that would be a major news story that we would all be talking about if that was the case.
Okay.
And we don't have that.
No, thank you. So my last question, you talked about monitoring, that you would turn it down. So is that something that is monitored then with these like 24/7 somebody, or is it like an alarm? Like when you have when we have power outages and like the refrigerator goes out, like I know this is what I learned today during forum, they have monitorings. And so it was really cool. Jordy was able to see when the power outage happened, like what the
temperature was in the fridge or the freezer. And when the power came back on, she was able to see the temperature. So she was able to mitigate food spoilage. But also those doors going in and out of the kitchens have alarms. So they're able to get a notification if someone comes in that's not supposed to when it's locked. Do you guys have something of a similar type situation to monitor that? And then would that be something that you would let us know, like, hey, this went up, or is it something that's mitigated in-house? I'm trying to understand how the whole system works.
Okay, let's say you said, yes, we got to design, we put up a tower. We gave you an EME report that showed the safe levels were safe. After installation, we can do a post-install EME report, also doing that. It's rare, but there are devices that you can attach to towers to do that sort of, but it's usually high government safety, like air bases, things like that, where you might find those kinds of pieces of equipment attached to the towers. And again, that comes down to something that contractually, whether you wanted it EME tested every like post-install and every 5 years or something like that. That's something that would be a down the line thing.
Okay.
That would absolutely be on the table for part of the contract negotiation.
I'm sorry, one more question. You guys talked
Right.
about taking down the lights and then putting them back up, but who would be responsible for putting the lights back up?
Verizon.
Because they took them down.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm a liar, and I have a couple more questions now that other people have spoken. So along the same lines as Aaron, that there is not a required measurement of that periodically or even weekly, monthly of the effects or the EMF or whatever
Well,
whatever acronym I'm screwing up right now.
if we were to put up the site and it never change form, never change a piece of equipment, then we don't normally do regular EME testing. But if it's part of the contract, we would. Every time we modify the site to change out antennas, we have to provide you with a new EME report. And again, that can be done a pre-install, post-install, however you would like.
These are updates, is like updating the firmware and the radios on the site where they have to go in and make sure it all meets the new standards. This is it happens pretty often, almost every, I'd say 9 months for a site. There's some sort of modification going on. And then a structural modification like an antenna swap should one go bad or they're getting bad readings from it, or technology get updated and they want to model it just a little bit differently in the area to pick up a dead spot. And that happens about once every 2 years. So you'd see a boom lift out there and they'd be updating it, and that comes along with a new report.
When you do this report, is it based on actual data or assumptions of a test like David did here?
Modeling at this point in time, but there's actual data to be reviewed when the site is up.
Okay.
And especially if there's multiple carriers in the area and they need to make sure that they're detuned or properly balanced against each other. Real world data is taken.
Okay. And then the other properties and their denial, can you share the reasons for such? I think it's public record, but for the sake of us not looking up the public record right this second.
First, we'll lead off. Fire Station 14 is fully supporting this project. They're still fully on board with developing the site at the fire station. And I still personally believe it's the first and best location to develop the site in this part of town. Works with the fire department, works with the community. It's in a good spot. It's properly permitted or allowed by permitting with the county. The same thing can be achieved at the high school with a very similar design at this location. We looked at modeling similar designs at other locations in the area, and for the most part, it just didn't work with build plans for them. So Swim Center has 2 to 3 years before they know what they're going to be doing with the backside of their property. The site we would have to build at the wastewater treatment facility would have to be much taller and much closer to homes in that area. It's instead of being a public facility abutting commercial zones like we have here in that area, it's a public facility abutting residential and park areas. And so it's not exactly the same tower. It's much higher, and it's often in order to reach the side of town.
And that's why they did turn us
Yeah.
down, is they did not want a taller tower.
And then why did if the fire station's perfect, why is that denied? Aesthetics?
That is because we are working through the Douglas County commissioners denied it based on.
No, they didn't,
Not
they,
denied.
they didn't deny it.
Not denied,
Planning,
yeah.
planning denied it. Planning denied it based on aesthetics. What they cited was, you know, where 395 and 88 meet, what they call the Gateway Corridor. The tower does, where Tractor Supply, the top of the tower does reach above the, that building. And so you'd be able to see it as you approached into, and, you know, they have the very nice Town of Minden sign there.
Gateway.
The gateway is, yeah, so from an aesthetic standpoint, that was, the reason for the denial. I know that opposition, there is a preschool about 300 feet away from the fire station. That was another concern. But the reason cited for the denial was the aesthetics.
Okay, thank you.
So it's in, I know that in California, they don't allow towers by fire stations. That's been done away with. I'm to
That's not
understand.
correct. That's not correct.
I
have
think
built
it-
plenty there and have active projects.
Yeah, that's accurate.
So there was never a denial ever to put them near fire stations in the state of California?
In, I think, the late 90s, early 2000s, CAL FIRE issued a statement stating that they would not wish to partner with them because it created a hazard for firefighters. And that's where people stop in that statement. It continues, creates a hazard for firefighters as they have to divert personnel in order to keep these emergency responder locations up. And so at CAL FIRE locations, they'd much rather be working on fighting the fire than trying to keep apparatus at CAL FIRE locations, keeping facilities alive. That has since changed. The Firefighter Union has said they're fully in support of these projects, EME reports permitting. And CAL FIRE has been working with us directly about developing sites at multiple locations throughout the state in order to cover mile-to-mile coverage along underserved highways throughout the state. So that blurb is about a decade old from being useful. Yeah.
Okay, this leads to, what about fire hazard with the tower itself? Because it's not like they don't catch on fire occasionally and have issues like that. What does that look like?
Every piece of material that goes into these towers is UL listed, designed to not be flammable. The cables that are used are jacketed and non-flammable. They'll melt if a fire is near them, but they're not going to combust themselves. The antennas are fiberglass and 80 feet in the sky. There's nothing about these things that is flammable, and we've heard the argument that cell towers cause fires, and it's been just a sort of a head scratcher for us because we've found absolutely no record of a cell tower ever causing a fire or being a danger in a fire situation. In fact, most of what we do with these facilities is design them so that they not only have emergency backup power there, but they're supporting firefighters at that location. The compounds are kept clean, they're kept wide. We meet all fire code for access, ingress, make sure that we're updating fire station, fire hydrants where needed to make sure everything meets code for commercial apparatus wherever we put these sites. Communities around cell towers are safer. They are not more flammable.
So I'm to also understand, could be wrong, but I'm to understand that both police and fire use Cradle Point, so they have that communication amongst them. If there's coverage loss, they have that communication ability. So a lot of people are, well, if there's gaps, oh my gosh, and there's an emergency, but they do have Cradle Point, which allows communication between fire and police. So I'm to understand, it's an absolute. Are you aware of that?
Yes, there are a number of fallback systems that they can use to make sure that they, in a pinch, they've got communication, but it's not their first and best way to support emergency services in the community.
But it works. It works, right?
But ambulances don't have those.
Oh, I thought they did as well. EMTs, the paramedics also are part of that. I'm to understand. I'm pretty sure of that.
You may
So
wish to
that's kind
address
of,
that question to the fire chief.
yeah, I was to understand that all those emergency response folks share Cradle Point. Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. If this were to move forward and we approved it and maintenance needed to be done on this tower, we have students in school. When would work be done?
The contract can easily include maintenance notification language and time of service to make sure that most of the service, and it's typically done in what we call service windows. It's just 2 a.m. to like 5 a.m. at night, so that there would be no impact to the school. And if there are certain activities, times that you don't want the tower being maintenance or even constructed, we will work completely within that schedule.
About how long does it take to put up a tower?
2 months, 2.5, depending on permitting delays, inspections, things like that. I wouldn't see this one taking more than a month and a half. It's a relatively simple design until we don't have it designed yet.
Simple.
The anticipated design is relatively simple.
Mr. Burns?
Where's Consumer Cellular's towers?
Consumer cellular runs like a backbone on existing carriers. I don't know what frequency they use, but they would be either running on Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile spectrum. So like Cricket or there's another one. Oh, I'm on Google Fi, which is a T-Mobile subcarrier.
I have no dead spots with Consumer Cellular in the whole valley. Just none. So and even up at the lake, I don't have dead spots. So I'm just can't understand that because I don't have any problem.
And when you say the lake, just for clarification, there are a couple lakes around here and I know Tahoe. Okay,
Tahoe.
just want to make sure.
There's Lake Tahoe, yeah. It's part of Douglas County. So the lake has 6 counties that go around it.
Yeah,
Half are in California, half Nevada. So we have Douglas County.
I live up in South Lake Tahoe. I just wanted to make sure that I was
Yeah,
looking at the right lake.
Yeah, the other ones are name by name, but we just
Oh,
call
okay,
that
the
the
lake.
lake.
Got it.
How far away is Verizon from satellite?
If you're talking about, are you talking about for backhaul?
No, I'm talking about
About in general?
cellular by phones by
The
satellite.
Carmen line's 100 kilometers up.
Yeah.
No.
I do not know.
The argument for using Starlink as a backbone for wireless, which is kind of where that leads, is it comes down to bandwidth. All that signal that comes down from Starlink satellites to cover T-Mobile phones right now and other folks who are getting it as backup is much like your Cradle Point. It is a crutch. It is giving you just a little bit of data, and the more people that get on it, it has to separate that out into little chunks. There's only so much data going up, and those satellites can only support so much data. And for the most part, as you're starting to see saturation of Starlink's network, you're getting to the point where people are getting lower and lower bandwidth, not higher and higher, not with the more satellites. Now you're not getting as much dropout with the whole shield of satellites that's going up there, but the bandwidth is finite. And if we try to move many, many millions more people onto that system, you're going to find it failing, and it's going to fail real hard. And if someone one day decides to just turn the switch off, it's gone. So Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and all these subcarriers are all operating under contractual obligation to support their frequencies, listening to the FCC to support these things, and never having a button to turn the signal off or separating out that signal. We're making sure that fiber is going mile to mile to support these sites and bandwidth is growing.
Okay.
So it's interesting when you talk about data. So obviously, Lake Tahoe, we get an extra 150,000 people in a very short window. I have to explain to family, you cannot call me during that time. It doesn't matter which carrier you have. You are not going to reach us because, again, it's bandwidth. We have that many people saturating it because they are on social media. They are doing their DoorDashes, their Ubers, their Lyfts. I've had conversations with people about that at, different areas of the lake where they're tourists, and they're asking about like, well, why don't you have 5G? And I'm like, why do I need 5G when it just is going to cover just a short amount of time that
everyone seems to be up at the lake. But then we do have the issue with the safety issue that we've seen with the power outages. So it's like, it's that double-edged sword type situation. We want our kids to be safe from technology, as best we can. We want to keep them safe, but we also need to make sure that our first responders and the coverage for those people that need it are able to get it. So this is just a very, very interesting conversation.
Up at the lake, as you put it, I don't know if you know about the Ski Run Boulevard site. The Ski Run, look it up. You'll find plenty on it. I want to say it took 5-6 years to get that one through in South Lake Tahoe. So when you're talking about not getting through, I feel you. I frequently am going outside with my phone at my house, trying to find the best spot to make a phone call, because we do not have enough towers, and part of that is what stops the infrastructure from going into the area that we need in order to not have the stuff, our calls drop, as you mentioned. But we're doing our best to get that moving forward. And I'm also working at North Lake Tahoe. I worked collaboratively with AT&T and T-Mobile for kind of what you're talking about, the cumulative EME, an existing site. It was bought to be remodeled. We did a cumulative EME study so that we could, and did on-site testing so that the workers that were working on that building knew exactly where they couldn't go on the roof when they were up on the roof.
Ms. President, respectfully, we're getting a little away from the high school as a potential site.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I think it's all relevant, isn't it? I mean,
Well, this-
to why
yeah.
we do or don't want it.
Well, this does not have to do with them, but we do have to consider this. We got a lot of parents here that don't want their kids in that school. If you put the tower up, we're going to lose kids. We have to think about that. It's not cost effective if we lose a bunch of kids, and we lose millions and the kids leaving. We already have enough problems. Nobody brought that up, but I'm telling you, the parents are going to pull their kids.
I promise this is the last thing I'll say, but we're not looking at the accumulative effect. We've got kids with buds in their ears. They've got Chromebooks. They're sleeping with their cell phones. And then we're putting up towers. I mean, I think we need to, the convenience, I understand it. I have Starlink, by the way, and I've never had a problem with anything. But that I think it's worth looking at, because we don't know. We really don't know. It's progressing so fast, as everything is, isn't it? And if we are hurting our children, we need to be open in our hearts about that. It's not always just about convenience. And that's all I wanted to say in closing. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I have one. Only one.
Go for it, Mr.
So
Alvarado.
you did respond to a previous question about cell towers being on school sites. Can you name one school in Nevada that has a cell tower?
Oh, yes. Well, I have to look it up. I did a mod on it. I worked on a mod on it recently. It's up near Reno. I can send it to you after this, but I don't remember it off the top of my head because I did that mod about 2 years ago.
There's a high school just on the road. It's been 5 years since I built it. So I forgot the name of the high school. I apologize. I'll remember Douglas High School forever. It's just on the left. There's some mining going, one of the highways going up, I think Mount Rose Highway. So there's a high school there. And there are actually, I think there are 3 cell towers there. You just wouldn't know it. So they're screened. We hid them in plain sight in structures that disguise them as something else, which is a specific
challenge we have in Douglas County in that code does not allow us to build anything but a monopole, which is a straight pipe with the antennas on it. It's a prohibition in the code. We're hoping to work around it so we can build things like trees to blend them in better, water tanks, windmills, things that make these things innocuous and so you wouldn't notice them. My best work throughout the many thousands of developments, you'll never see. It's disappeared, it's gone, it's invisible. So I don't like making what people would consider an eyesore in a community. I don't want to do that for Minden. I don't want to break up that beautiful view line you guys have in the background. But we do have specific constraints, and building on light standards, there's not a lot we can do to stealth a light standard. It's already a tower that's up there with stuff on it. So the best we can do is try to emulate its design, size, location, and make it look about the same silhouette as the light standards. So I got away from your question, but yeah, there's a high school up the way on the left. So, and UNR and some other locations.
And we are currently working with Washoe County to bring, because they're also looking to expand their communications network. So they're trying to partner with as Verizon's looking to infill gaps, they're looking to put their equipment on our towers in a similar fashion like in Douglas County with the emergency services.
Aaron, you had mentioned, is it Verizon that has it at Wooster?
I don't know the exact carrier. I just know that it is at Wooster and it's been there.
Okay. All right. So they exist. Do we have any further questions for our presenters? Okay. Well, we will continue to have discussion. If you guys want to stick around, we may have a few more questions. But we also do have to go to public comment. Absolutely. Thank you for coming.
It is Verizon on Wooster, Marcus.
Thank you for looking that up. So there are. No, we're not. I don't think we're ready for a motion yet. I think we as a board need to have a discussion. No, so here's how I would like this to go. I would like the board to have discussion. We're not going to take a vote. We can at that time either choose to listen to the public, then make a motion and vote on it, or we listen to the public and then move forward. So absolutely, we will listen to the public. So I would like to have board discussion before we go to public comment. So, thoughts, feelings, questions for the board? Any questions we have for Frankie or legal? Because it's a big discussion.
I'll just say I wasn't attacking anybody. I just want some of those questions answered because I did a lot of research, and the research I did says completely different things than these ladies and gentlemen are telling us, in my opinion. So that's all I have to say.
Well, I think if the gentleman that is in the sky could provide us with some of the data, that would be certainly useful and helpful as far as the safety concerns. Obviously, it's at other schools, it's at other properties. It's probably going in Douglas County close to the school anyway. So there's certainly, if it's going to be in close proximity to the school regardless, which is by all accounts what it is, that the difference between the football field and Fire Station 14, which I believe is on County Road, is that the one we're talking about? Or the sewage plant or the swim center, those are all in pretty close proximity to the school. I would rather see the school net the benefit from said location. Now, we could have the discussion of how many kids we can guess are going to leave if they are, but this is just preliminary for our approval. It still has to go to the county. Minden still has to approve it as per their presentation. And so this is far from close to a decision. This is just our approval of said site. And then from there, other powers that be will have a say, and negotiations and contract and all that. So I think the safer that anyone, the safety is obviously the concern of this board, clearly by our questions and by their presentation. And so if all things else are considered safe, the question then becomes, who are they considered safe by, right? And by what definition, and so on and so forth. Other schools have them is promising for the sake of our school having one. There doesn't seem to be safety concerns at those schools. We haven't heard reports. It looks like the one at Worcester went up in 2014. I haven't heard any reports from Worcester stating anything negative happening to the kids. The one at the several we can't see on the way up Mount Rose, we're all on them. I mean, there's a dozen at this table. So whether the tower is safe versus cell phones can be debated on end. I would just like to see the data from, is his name David? I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
it's David.
I'm sorry, David. I don't mean to refer to you.
That's okay.
But if we could get the information from David that shows how safe this is, and then upon that, see how safe the actual data is, I think that would answer a lot of the community's concerns.
So again, we as a board are just in talks. That's all this is are we going to be in talks to go forward? Then once data is also applied, then we can make another decision. And if we don't like that information, or we've realized, like our biggest concern, which is the safety of our students, the safety of our community, we can make another decision at that time. It's very nice to know that right now, all we're doing is trying to figure out, do we want to go into talks and go into this position? We do know that our community, so you have two safety concerns. You have us as a board with the safety concerns of our students and what are they going to be, exposed to. But you have the safety concerns of our first responders, which are a huge part of our community too, with that gap. I mean, we've, I would say probably 95% of us, when we leave Douglas High, we go through that roundabout, we hit that gap. So either way, though, this is going up, whether we want it or not. Marcus made a good point, but again, all this is the talks situation. This is allowing the community to know that we're just talking about, okay, we're going to talk about this site, we're going to get more information, and then that way we could be very transparent about what that looks like for our kids for the future.
So concerning data, there's also a radio frequency specialist named Kent Chamberlain, and he has very different views on all of what was said by this gentleman. And this gentleman is obviously working with Verizon, and that's fine. But I think that it's fair enough to look at other data. This is, whether it's going up or not anyway, we need to be mindful about the decision that we're making concerning our children. And let's not forget, when it comes to our police, fire, and paramedics, I'm pretty sure, Cradle Point is available and they speak to each other. So it's not, that is important to remember that we have that here. But I think that to dismiss private sector studies into this, because they're not the FCC or the World Health Organization or whatever, it's wholly dangerous. I think we need to look at this. These are our kids. They talk about fertility issues. Well, we don't know yet what that looks like for kids that have had cell towers since 2014. We don't know. There's so much we don't know. I'm concerned for my grandchildren. I mean, honestly. Okay, thank you.
I just think there's a lot of conflicting information. I mean, you read one thing, you read another thing, and I don't consider myself a radio frequency wave expert here. I think another thing we have to take into consideration is that we represent the community here. And all I can go on is what I have received or heard from them. And I have, I would say, probably 90% has been against. And I think it's important that that's be taken into consideration too. So there's a lot of things to take into consideration. But as far as if it's dangerous, man, I would err on the side of caution, just because. But like I said, you have two different experts telling me two different things. So.
Big red flag to me is that the FCC says there's no changes, so they didn't do anything to update. We know there's changes. We know there's changes in everything. And they don't change it. They're just going according to what they're told, and they don't change it or don't update it. That's a big red flag to me, huge. So I don't know what's going on. I agree with Melinda. We don't know what's going on, and I'm not willing to put my name on anything that puts it out there that down the road, like I said to the commissioners, down the road, do you want that on your legacy? And my answer to this is I will err on the side of safety and make sure that those kids are protected and our staff.
Again, this whole idea that the telecommunication companies and the FCC are immune from prosecution for negative health effects. Why are they immune? That really bothers me. And I'm agreeing with Dave and Melinda. It's, to me, I'm not willing to take that chance, even if it's a small chance. Nothing's more important than our children and our community and our staff.
Marcus, did you have more to add?
I guess I wanted to ask David if he is paid by Verizon or if he's an independent third party.
Yeah, I was retained by Epic Wireless. So I was actually retained by Chris Hatch, not by Verizon.
Okay. With regards to the FCC not changing their data, what do you mean, Dave? What do you mean haven't changed or maybe okay, well, so like didn't change the data because the safety numbers are the same, or hasn't changed the data because they can't verify that the safety numbers have changed? Like what part? Obviously the exposure amount is the amount that they have deemed safe, and that would be held timeless, assuming science is doing their job. But is the amount of exposure changing? So in other words, these new towers, do they emit more frequency than the prior towers, and they still fall in line with the data suggesting that it's safe, or has the data changed and the FCC hasn't recognized it yet?
So the IEEE ICES has continuously revised its standard over the course of decades. Prior to that, the guidance came from another organization that was called ANSI. The early standards on this actually date back into the 1960s. A lot of people say, well, the standards haven't updated, and they point to that as a problem. The reality is that it hasn't changed because the human response, or the response of living things to electromagnetic energy, has not changed. We continue to look at the question of, if I expose a living thing to a certain amount of RF, their body temperature raises by a certain amount. It doesn't matter if that's 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 7G, Wi-Fi, FM radio transmitters, TV transmitters. It doesn't matter. The complaint that we hear from organizations, including Kent Chamberlain's organization, the Environmental Health Trust, I'm well aware of Kent's work, is that somehow or another 5G is more dangerous, so therefore we should be updating the standard. again, 5G is modulation, which has no effect on health. And so the question is just simply, has the human response to RF energy changed since we began looking at these standards? And the answer is no. In fact, I would argue that what some people see as a problem, and that the standard hasn't changed, is actually a reassuring thing, because it says that we got it right way back in the 90s, way back in the 80s. Because the human body still responds to electromagnetic energy in the same way that it has for 50 years. And it will continue to do so in the future. I hope that
Thank
addresses
you.
your
You,
question.
you answered it perfectly. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I think it's important for us to remember that there are 5G antennas already at the school. And so if we, and I'm not saying I'm for or against, because I have not made up my mind. If we're going to tell Verizon no, then I think that we need to go back to AT&T and see, if we're telling Verizon no because we don't want our kids exposed to that, well, our kids are already exposed to that. They're already getting it. So if we say no to Verizon, I feel like we have to say, you need to take your antennas and things down. They've been up since when?
Hold on, let me see.
No, it's 5G.
The most recent AT&T cell phone towers were put up in 2022.
Okay.
Was it 4G before Frankie?
I will have to research that. I've already emailed AT&T asking them for information about the equipment.
Last I heard it's 4G, so I was very surprised to hear that 5G.
Yeah. I'm also trying to locate any agreement the district has with AT&T.
So I think it's important, and maybe we need to wait. Maybe we need to say, you know what, if their first site, their first option is at the fire district, then let's not make a decision, and maybe the decision is made for us. When the county commissioners meet, they say, you know what, yes, we like it, let's do this, let's move forward. We don't have to be responsible, right? It is out of our hands. That's the direction I'm more leaning towards than saying yay or nay.
No, you got a time limit. They have a time limit. It's April 4th. Am I correct? 3rd, April 3rd. Yeah, the FCC steps in on that. And the government actually gives you the permission to not, that you could go without permission. Am I correct?
Let's hear from the public. That might help.
And if
Well, and
if we want them to respond, we'll have to have them come up to the microphone.
yeah, no, I'm good. I still want to look at, I still think you better be careful, because we're going to lose kids. And for every 100 kids, we lose about $1.25 million. Am I right?
Approximately, yes.
Yeah. So Verizon's not going to make that up.
So I'm a Verizon customer. I have been for
sorry.
20 plus years. I like Verizon, right? But I am obviously going to vote in what is the best interest of our community, our children. And I don't know that saying yay or nay tonight is a great decision. Ms. Miller?
So again, they have a gap in coverage. So they're going to have to find, so they have a first site. They're looking for an alternative site. Tonight, it sounds like the only decision is that we agree to potentially be that second site.
So if we agree to potentially be a second site, does that mean that we have to?
They said no earlier.
Okay.
So
All right.
they said that it's just a potential.
He just shook his head no at me, so
I can answer for it.
go for it. Mr. Russell.
If it's okay, Aaron.
Yeah, go for it, Mr. Russell.
If you guys approve this as a potential site tonight, all you're doing is opening up negotiations and discussions. You'll be able to review any information you're provided. There would be a contractual negotiation. There's a statutory process that you have to go through to even get this approved. There's the permitting process through the county. All this would do is say that we're open to hearing from you further on this. We're not shutting the door.
So if
A no is a closed door. A yes is we can list them as a potential site when we go back to the county. And if that site is chosen, then that we have to go back to the school district with proposed contracts, proposed designs, proposed everything, and you still have the power to approve or disapprove at that point.
so tonight's just the possibility is there.
We're just discussing the potential of
Right.
being the
But
second.
we
But we
can say
can
no.
then say no. If
Okay.
we agree that this
we
is
get
not
more
what we want
information.
for our community,
Mhm.
we would still have that opportunity to say no. It
Okay.
just, it doesn't close the door for anybody. It still allows our community time to then give input. It allows us to decide, if this is the potential we want to go, we then can still keep our kids' safety in mind, because I know that's number one for all of us.
It is.
It is, believe me, it's number one for all of us. But it then keeps our kids safe, like we've seen with these power outages, where there's no cell service. Like, how do we mitigate that type of situation? So this just doesn't close the door on them. It doesn't close the door on us. It doesn't close the door on our kids leaving, because it's not set in stone. So the parents are like, well, I'm leaving because you're going to put this on there. Well, we're not. We're just potentially being a second site, and we're being open to making sure we have all the data. I don't think we have all the data. I think we have two conflicting datas. And I think by agreeing to be a potential second site, it allows us to more time to gather the data, so then we as a board can make a better decision. I think if we say no as a potential site, we've closed that door on getting that potential data and making the right decision. And it might be a no at the end of the day. I don't know. But I think that by just being in talks and getting all that data, I think makes us as a board that potential to make a better decision.
And Ms. President, just for what it's worth, the practicality of the timeframes that the applicant is under doesn't limit your choices. You do have the choice to continue this item and request more information. If that has the practical effect of being a denial, that's an issue, but it's not an issue for this board necessarily. You still have that option.
Okay.
I would,
I-
re- I would
I-
really like.
I have more information as well. We actually have 4 school sites with antennas on top of them. So we have
For within our district.
within our district, we have
That is-
Powaloo, Douglas High School, Minden Elementary, Carson Valley Middle School,
Wow. They're not towers, they're antennas.
antennas.
They're just not as tall, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Small cell antennas.
Yeah, they're just small.
But the output's the same. They're just shorter. Wow, I did not know that. Did not know that.
Chris, are we correct in antennas versus towers? Can you come to the microphone so we can ask questions? Sorry.
Think of a small cell as like a coffee can shaped antenna, sometimes a little bit larger. Sometimes they're directional, sometimes omnidirectional, so they transmit in multiple locations. So you'll have 3 of them on either side of a building versus 1. There's a lot of different designs around it, but it's basically like packaging 30 cell phones inside one little box so that it can transmit to those phones. It's going to give out a signal. It's going to give you full bars in a spot, but just like having 30 cell phones, when you need your 31st cell phone to work, that doesn't work. So a single antenna on a Verizon cell tower will support 100 calls or more from each antenna, and there's multiple sectors of them.
So is the frequency the same whether it's an antenna or a
Absolutely the
tower?
same.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I would like to hear what the public has prepared. Well, even before.
Oh, okay. I may ask you to turn his microphone on. No, I'm just kidding.
New Hampshire formed a state commission to examine health effects of the evolving 5G technology and whether wireless radiation is indeed harmful to human health. The commission would convene through bipartisan legislation is indeed harmful to human health. The commission was convened through unbiased experts in fields relating to health and radiation exposure. The majority of the New Hampshire State Commission came to the conclusion that exposure to wireless radiation is harmful to human health and the environment. Their final report, published in 2020, states, the majority of the commission believes that the FCC has not exercised due diligence in its mission to manage the electromagnetic environment by not setting exposure limits that protect against health effects. They have failed to support technical means and investigations aimed at reducing human exposure to electromagnetic radiation in telecommunication systems and optimize wireless modulations to reduce biological and health impacts. The New Hampshire State Commission recommended that 5G and other cellular antennas in public right-of-ways be set back at least 1,640 feet or 500 meters from home. That's over a quarter of a mile. Businesses from homes, businesses, and schools with the enforcement by municipalities, unless all affected property owners or the school districts waive the restrictions. I'm sure they did not do that flippantly, that they actually did what I asked at the commission, and that was to give neutral party research to give us the right answer. I still do not have that.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go to public comment. If you would please sign the piece of paper so that we have the correct spelling of your name as well. And you have 3 minutes and you are restricted to this agenda item.
There we go. Jason Gibson, good evening, Assembly members. Allow me, if you will, to first commend each and every one of you for addressing a very complex topic. Each and every one of us are here because we care, because we have specialized in some form of knowledge, or that we have accomplished something in our lives that have drawn us to this think tank. This issue and many of the complex issues that we're dealing with have one common characteristic, and that is there's never enough time to get a full perspective, a whole system view of what's in our best interests. We are constantly out of time when it comes to the most complex topics of discussion, and that's the first thing I want to draw your attention to. Some of the key points in the presentation that I heard was electromagnetic energy, radio waves, and heat, light heat. Now, they're talking about the industry standards that these cell companies have developed, and it's in our experience that the commercial world does not adhere to the organic order or the dynamics of change. What they're not taking into consideration is that the biggest radio is the sun, and the sun is an excitation. And in order for you to wrap your minds around where I'm going with this presentation, you've got to go to spaceweathernews.com to get an understanding of the biosphere-noosphere transition so that you can see that we are losing our electromagnetic field as a planet as the poles snap, and they will reverse. And this is a dynamic that you can see every day with the extreme Earth weather, with all of the chaos that's going on down below. It's from above down below. We are losing our magnetism. We have a rapid extinction of species on this planet because our technology is taking precedent over our host planet. My mentor, Dr. Jose Arguelles, wrote a text in 1987 called The Path Beyond Technology. He was the chief solar scientist before he passed in 2011. Please go to lawoftime.org/history and find out about the legacy that he left behind with the Galactic Research Institute. We are bathed in electromagnetic fields. Now I've got 6 seconds. Anyway, I want to commend all of y'all for being here. It's going to take each and every one of us to figure this one out.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Rolson. I live by where these towers are going to go in, and I'm very concerned for the children. I'm also a registered nurse and worked in pediatrics intensive care and neonatal intensive care for years and emergency medicine. Everything that I've studied in 1 year, these are not safe to be close to our children. But just so you know, we've got an answer to your problem. Our group hired independent RF specialist, Kent Chamberlain. We have spent thousands to get this report for you, and it is coming. But he basically said that having a cell tower at the high school is overkill. We do not need it. Small cell towers that you guys asked about do not give off the same amount. As we understand, they're not the same as having a large cell tower sitting there with racks of equipment. Anyways, Kent Chamberlain mapped out Minden for us, and he found many strong alternative sites for the towers away from schools, daycares, and neighborhoods. He says that our valley is excellent because we don't have hills in the middle. It's sight. It's the sight to see. He says some cell towers can go up to 25 miles with uninterrupted. So we don't have to put a cell tower at the high school, nor do we have to do it at Station 14. That is a bad area. A lot of children are involved in that area. He found that a cell tower on Hayborn, we can upgrade. We have other areas, and we will be giving you that information. And we have spent thousands. The work is done. You will be getting that. But also, David, the gentleman that was speaking, he talks only of heat, but he never talks of biologic. And that's the one thing they got in trouble with in 2021. He only talks about body temperature, but not how it affects our cells. In the LA fires, they lost all cell communication. They had to go to Starlink and stat phones. So these cell phones aren't the best that they say that they are. Cradle Point, I spoke to Chief Carlini myself for an hour. They do have Cradle Point, and so do the paramedics. They have it down here in this valley. They have it in Carson City, and that allows them to go back and forth between Verizon and AT&T. And just because towers are on other schools doesn't make them safe. Glioblastomas, as far as I've learned as a nurse, are on the rise, not coming down. Ripon in California is a small school where they had a cancer cluster with children. They actually made them remove that cell tower. Look it up. This was on the news. I didn't bring information, but everything changed after that conversation. Susan Foster, look her up. She helped fire department in LA, in San Diego, had multiple firemen get neurological damage that showed up on SPECT scans. And she spoke of it. She also called, I can't go on. Okay.
Thank you very much.
past my bedtime.
Mine too. It's okay.
Okay, good evening. My name is Greg Rolson. I'm a part of Minden for Safe Technology. And I'd just like to open by saying one thing. I'm retired now, but I spent 44 years in healthcare, primarily critical care medicine, neonatal medicine, pediatric intensive care medicine. And contrary to what you heard earlier by the RF specialist, correlation does not mean causation. Yeah, that's a true statement. But I can tell you that if we didn't correlate signs and symptoms within the intensive care unit, people would have been dead. So it's not necessarily an all-purpose system to say that. So basically, many people assume that the federal guidelines protect us from harmful wireless radiation exposure. But in reality, current FCC exposure limits dangerously outdated and fail to account for children's vulnerability, cumulated exposures, and long-term health effects. In 2021, it's true, the U.S. Court of Appeals ruled that the FCC failed to justify its claim that current exposure limits protect public health. The lawsuit brought Children's Health Defense, Environmental Health Trust, led to historic rulings that found FCC had ignored thousands of pages of scientific evidence related to reproductive health cancer risks. If you do not believe me, believe another an independent source from Physicians for Safe Technology. They outline what happens in health. And it does happen because you're looking at the difference between non-ionizing and ionizing radiation. These guys will tell you that ionizing radiation, which it disrupts atoms within the cells, that's true. Non-ionizing radiation will enter the cells the same way and cause oxidative stress and can lead to DNA damage and further issues with the human body. So don't believe that this cannot interrupt human biological effects. Despite the ruling from the FCC, schools across the country continue to approve cell tower installations based on outdated, insufficient regulations. If the federal court has made such a determination, how can we justify placing a cell tower next to a school? Schools should be making decisions based on independent science, not relying on outdated, challenged regulations. I agree with you, Dave, wholeheartedly. If you guys already know that your enrollment is on decline. It's been on decline since 1980. You know that you get $10,598 through federal agencies, state agencies, and local agencies per student per year. What happens if you just lose 30 students? $317,000 gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Rhiannon Camper, and I have 2 students left at Douglas High, and I'm concerned about the placement of this tower. I'm a part of a group, Minden for Safe Technology, and we advocate for the safe placement of cell towers away from schools, daycares, and residential neighborhoods. The cell tower Verizon is proposing is an alternative location to the cell tower that has been denied across the street at East Fork Fire Station. This tower was proposed to be located 230 feet from the daycare Ellie and Friends. So now they want to move it from one body of children to another. Cell towers emit non-ionizing radiation, and research has shown that the negative impacts brain function, damages DNA, impacts fertility and hormones for both male and female, and has even been linked to cancer. The scientific studies and research do exist, but you won't find it from industry. The telecom companies are exempt from researching their own technology, and they have total immunity and zero liability from harm caused by these towers. They will tell you that it is safe, but where are the studies to back up their claim? Telecom abides by the FCC guidelines for safe human exposure set in 1996, which was 29 years ago. The new phones won't work on the old towers, but the guidelines are in line with 2G technology. We know the high school lacks adequate service. However, placing a tower on top of our children is not the solution. It is a misconception that a tower needs to be placed where the coverage is spotty. Towers can emit frequencies in a 3 to 8 mile radius, meaning Verizon can find another location that is a safe distance from children while still servicing their gap in coverage. Our group has provided several alternative locations to Verizon to work with. Whether the danger is perceived or real, it is not worth it to experiment on our children. Their RF engineer says that it is safe. Our RF electrical engineer says that it is not. All across the country, telecom companies are targeting schools. AT&T already got their hands on Douglas High. I ask, since these small cells have been placed on the schools, is there anyone monitoring symptoms? Has there been an uptick in headaches, nosebleeds, concentration problems, vomiting, or any other symptoms of radiation exposure? How are we to know that these towers are safe when no one is in charge of monitoring changes in behavior? Random symptoms that appear out of nowhere, are they linked to the cell towers? What about in 20 years when these now adults come down with illness and disease? Was it linked to the radiation exposure? We may never know because no one is tracking the data and no one knows the perceived dangers. Brain cancer takes years to develop, so saying that there is no correlation is inaccurate. There was no correlation to cigarette smoking and lung cancer until many years later, and now it's a known fact. I urge you to err on the side of caution and vote no to this tower. And if you or anyone else is compelled, please tell the BOCC that you are against placing a tower across the street from Pinion Hill Stew. And could someone ask Dave to explain how the FCC established the guidelines? Like, was it done?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrina French. I am part of Minden for Safe Technology. We have lots of hours dedication to bringing a whole community into awareness over the 5G hazards, and you know, we're working hard. Children are uniquely vulnerable. Is this thing on?
It's off. The light means that it's on.
Oh, sorry. Children are uniquely vulnerable to cell tower radiation due to their developing brains and bodies. Their skulls are thinner, their heads are smaller, and they absorb more radiation than adults, which is why we don't want them to drink until age 26, right? Because their frontal lobes are still developing. Research has found that children's bone marrow absorbs up to 10 times more radiation than adults, raising concerns about long-term health impacts. Studies show that RF radiation penetrates deeper into children's brains, potentially affecting areas responsible for memory, learning, and behavior. We already have a mental health crisis. Fire danger and electrocution risk. Tony P. Simmons, electrical engineer, PE, and subject matter expert on electrical safety in California and Nevada, states that densely populated areas, schools, daycares, nursing homes, neighborhoods, and businesses should have appropriate distance for setbacks, a minimum of 2,000 feet. Every electrical device is going to fail at some point. The goal is to ensure that failures do not imperil life, health, and property. Densely populated areas like schools, daycares, nursing home, neighborhoods, and some places of businesses based on safety concerns should not have cell towers near them. Los Angeles and San Diego fire departments have been fighting to restrict all cell towers from being built on fire department property due to health effects. Susan Foster, our attorney, Scott McCullough, and Tony Simmons, PE, electrical engineer, have helped prepare legislation to prevent cell towers from being built on fire department properties and have designed rules for setbacks and distances protect health and safety firefighters. Susan Foster has talked to the head of the IAFF, still won't allow on fire departments, the head of IAFF, because there's not enough information. It's been linked to all kinds of health adverse effects, cancer. We're not allowed to talk about health effects at the planning department, but we are here. You guys you have a lot of information we've sent you. Just please do your research. We're begging you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one online. Okay. We'll take this next public comment and then go online.
Good evening. My name is Bill Cerrito. I'm a licensed engineering contractor. I'm a resident of Minden, and I oppose this 5G tower. A year and a half ago, Verizon proposed a series of 12 different sites and wrote a comprehensive paper, about 58 pages, and it's part of county record. They deemed that the high school was unfit and unsafe due to a fall hazard. Adding an extra 22 feet to a light pole puts buildings and children at risk. So they found that site to be unfit. So why is it okay now? I'll tell you why I think it is. Because last summer, the Planning Commission denied Verizon the tower at Station 14. And one of the reasons why they did that was the parents of Alley's Daycare, where 105 students or children are enrolled, 90 of those parents wrote a paper stating that they would pull their children out of that school if the tower went up. Now, these parents are pretty smart and they're awake. And so now we're back at the high school for this. So there are profound health effects that I'm supposed to read you about cancer. So I think you guys already know it. I've been hearing everybody speak and you already know that. So what's this? If 90 of 105 parents are going to pull their kids and that tower is going to go 230 feet away from the school, you're going to put a tower here at the high school, and our football players are going to play right underneath that. Our track team is going to be practicing and having meets right underneath that tower. What's that going to do to their health effects? Now, there's no case studies on children for, 30 years or 1996. So are we going to perform an experiment on these children without parental permission? That puts you on the hook there at serious risk here, the county and yourself. The health effects are bad. Loss of enrollment, super bad. And you're stuck in a binding agreement that you may not be able to get out of. Now, I believe Verizon's offered the fire department $85,000 and $1,500 a month stipend for extended amount of years. Is that worth it? Is it? The money? Is it worth it? I recommend you stick with the bus sign advertisement. That's safer. And the fire department doesn't use 5G. They use Motorola radios. They wanted the 5G tower so they could put their tower up higher. So you don't have the burden for our emergency responders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to online. I think we have a couple callers and then we'll come back to.
Please state your name for the record and you have the ability to speak.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Cindy Trigo. I'm with Minden from Safe Technology.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. I'd like to piggyback a little bit on some of what has been said. And I think it would behoove you guys to pull up the February 16th, 21 patent that Verizon has on the 5th generation cell towers. There's 3 things that are mentioned in there: carcinogen, isotropical radiated power, and microwave energy. Carcinogen is equal to cancer. So that is something, so maybe Verizon can provide you a copy of their patent. I think that'd be very interesting for you to read through it. Secondly, what they're saying is true. We had a fire chief retired fire chief who came to the town board meeting, and they had a cell tower on a fire station, and his brother, he could all but get it out in tears, that his brother fell in the fire station bleeding from his ears, nose, and mouth. That was done at the town board meeting, for any of you guys that were there. This group has also spent tens of thousands of dollars to create the safety for this community. Because when Verizon puts these towers in, they're gone. They're off to the next victim of putting these towers in and leaving us with the presumption that something could or could not happen. And we need to err on the side of caution here with these children. If you go to environmentalhealthtrust.com, which is EHT.com, you can look up, there's a pamphlet in there talking about, I think it's up to 10 times the amount of radiation can be absorbed in children than it will be in an adult because of their undeveloped bodies. There's plenty of peer information out there. My cousin worked at the elementary school in Ripon. The parents raised absolutely Cain on that. You can go on YouTube and look up Ripon Elementary School, where this was done on mainstream media, where it was highlighted by local news stations to talk about the cancers that these kids are getting. Brain cancer. One kid got kidney cancer, and there was 2 other kids that came down with cancer after that. And the parents raised holy hell, and the tower was pulled out. You know, you got to understand that Verizon wants to put up a tower because it's a money-making deal for them if they can get T-Mobile and AT&T on there. But they're not open to looking at upgrading or putting an array on other towers that we have existing that could cover the gap coverage for our RF specialists, because they'll have to pay to put that on their tower. If they have the tower themselves, then they get paid. So we as a group have paid close to $50,000 to work for the safety of this community. I hope you take that in consideration.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you for your.
You want to continue online? Or, okay, okay. All right, please issue your name for the record and you have the ability to speak.
Casey Rogers for the record. I want you to know that the lease contract for a tower like this, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For a lease contract for putting a tower is up to 35 years. It renews every 5 years, and you have a small window where you can say, no, I don't want it anymore, or I don't want to renew the lease. And they also have the ability to add to as many arrays as they like. So it can look like the one up at Topsy Lane. And I know that we're all familiar with it because it's an ugly eyesore. So it's might not be just one at the top, but it could be several down the pole. You're talking about radiation upon radiation upon radiation. So why don't you ask their physicist, how much does one array put out? And then when you put another ring and another ring and another ring, already on a school that has Wi-Fi going through it, already in a school that has cellular phones in every person's pocket, already when people have their headbuds in their ears, you are exposing your children to more radiation than you can even imagine, and nobody is counting it. Do you think you really want to know what's happening? The other part I wanted to say to you tonight is I'm really excited that the fact that the AT&T towers got exposed, because in 2024, I asked Jeannie Dwyer, acting superintendent, this is, I quote, my FOIA request. I would like to request an FOIA request for NRS 239 records request for the information on your AT&T cellular tower and or other named company. Please provide who approved the tower, when it was approved. I would also like any of the lease contract information where it was installed at Douglas High, and are there other schools that have a tower? If there is more than one, please provide that information as well, end quote. Jeannie Dwyer replied with this. Good morning, Casey. Thank you for your Freedom of Information Act request. Inquiring about cellular towers located at Douglas High School or any other school property within our district. Your request specifically asks for details regarding approval, installation date, lease contract, and pertinent data related to AT&T and other companies' cellular towers. Please be advised that we have conducted a thorough search of our records and we can confirm that there are no cellular towers installed on any of our school properties, including Douglas High School. Consequently, we do not possess any documentation or information related to the approval, installation, lease contracts, or any other details concerning cellular towers as outlined in your request. Should you have any further questions or require additional information, please do not hesitate to contact us. We remain committed to providing transparent and accessible information in accordance with the Nevada revised statutes. Thank you, Jeannie Dwyer, Acting Superintendent. I find this very interesting.
Thank you very much. All right. Ms. Sawyer?
All right, Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 DCSD students. Verizon was approached because there is a significant gap in cell service. I live less than a mile from Douglas High. My children are not able to contact me while they are at DHS. On a normal day, it can be frustrating and inconvenient, but when I get a text from another parent or an automated call that something is happening at the high school, like I did last week, it is terrifying. We live in uncertain times. If something horrific happens at DHS, my children cannot call for help. And I will have to live with the fact that I was not there when they needed me most. That is the worst case scenario. What about parents who have students with medical conditions that are monitored with smartwatches and cell phones? The gap in service at DHS must be addressed. Most of the public comment against cell towers are for health concerns. While I share some of the concerns, it would be disingenuous to ignore the fact that cell phones have a greater probability of negative health effects than cell towers. I think everybody in this room probably is has these on their body or within reaching distance. Cell tower antennas emit RF radiation, but the levels are typically much lower than those from cell phones. The radiation is more spread out. Cell phones displaying fewer bars, like the ones that I have in here, that means their connection to the transmitter is weaker, requiring stronger power to communicate and so producing more radiation. We carry phones in our pockets, hence fertility issues. We have them near our ears, hence brain cancers. And we give these cell phones to our children. According to a study by Stanford Medicine, 25% of children have their first cell phone by 10.7 years, while 70% have them at 12.6 years. As a parent, I must weigh the risk associated with cell phones with the ability to communicate with my children. It defeats the purpose to give my high schooler a cell phone and not advocate for them to work properly in the one place where they spend most of their time when they're not with me. There are 2 proposed locations for the tower to address the gap in service. I have looked over both and I prefer the East Fork Station 14 to this proposal. This location was deemed not a good fit by Verizon in their presentation to the Planning Commission. We are dependent on cell phones, and unfortunately if we want these, we need cell towers. So if this is the proposal is the only way to have coverage at the high school, I reluctantly support it.
Thank you.
Beth Bunch. So we are prisoners of technology. It's really, really sad. So when this fellow in the sky was, I think he said the EMF wasn't as dangerous as the sun. So when you go and slap on sunglasses and all that sunscreen that is heavy with carcinogens, you're destroying the benefits of that great orb that the Creator gave us. The skin is our largest organ on our body. And you take away those sunglasses and the sunscreen, it's amazing what that sun can do for you. So I mean, really, EMF is less dangerous than the sun, or whichever way he said it. And then also, so a great way to make a decision. Gee, everyone else is doing, give a 10-year-old kid a cell phone. Good reason to go and approve cell phones for all the kids. So really irresponsible way to make a decision. So you got dead spots. Boo-hoo. Get a carrier that doesn't have those important dead spots. I mean, adult up, people. And there are times, you know, like you pointed out, in the middle of nowhere, yeah, I have service. And if I don't have service, I don't pull my hair out. But apparently there are servers that do service the high school. So what's most important? Get that carrier that handles that. And yes, why do we have all these cell towers everywhere? I swear they're like a mile apart. And it doesn't make sense, as other people have pointed out. And like I say, we're all prisoners of technology. And I think it's super duper sad. I myself have one of those phones that open up. Whatever that thing is. Anyway, that's my phone. I'm not attached to these things all the time. And yes, they're not the healthiest. There's a lot of things in our environment that aren't healthy. So I would say to make a decision on everyone else is doing it, it's already there, is really irresponsible. And also for those of you who haven't made the decision, I see your handler is here, so I'm sure she'll help you make your decision. But I really would like you to just be smart, and there's plenty of places to put these things. And like they say, there's miles they could have them up on a mountaintop. That used to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Charlotte. I'm Charlotte Hales. Am a member of the County Commission, but I am here speaking as an individual. I want to offer not advocacy for a yes or a no vote. I do support kind of a wait and get more information if I support anything at all, but I'm mostly here to give you some perspective and some information. And I want to start with this thought. It is a comfort to me to have other elected officials grapple with this decision. It's been on our plates and on our desks for many months, and it's a real concern. And I take comfort in watching you and your sincerity and the way you're grappling with some of the same things we have. I want to take a moment and appreciate both all the folks from Minden Safe Technology and the folks from Verizon. I find all of them to be courteous and patient and sincere, and I appreciate the way that all of those folks are dealing with this difficult issue. As for information, I wanted to share with you that while you can say no, the County Commission cannot say no. That we are under a legal obligation to allow a tower to be built to provide service. And while you can consider health, we cannot consider health. That the federal law prevents us from considering health considerations as we make a decision on whether we say yes or no to a cell tower. So, therefore, the thought that there is going to be a tower somewhere that provides service by Verizon is a reality. And it's harder for us to grapple with that because of the constraints on us. But because there will be a tower somewhere, that is why I would suggest that if that middle ground that has already been suggested, that wait and see, get more information, see what the data says. And I actually really like Trustee Burns' suggestion to get an independent expert to give some advice. As long as this body were willing to take that advice, if it came back as a totally safe, would you be willing to take that advice and act on it? So all of that, I hope will just share a little bit of information about the situation the county commission's in, because we cannot say no to every single place they want to go, and it's got to be within a certain radius that works for them, and it's going to be within a certain radius of kids. It just is, because that's where they need to place it to make it work. So I commiserate with you as you grapple with this decision, and I appreciate all of you for your service. So thank you.
Thank you.
Artie Swisher, Gardnerville resident. This has been a really interesting discussion, but it brings me back to, and by the way, I am a Verizon customer, so I understand and I spent a fair amount of time down at Douglas High School and understand the challenges there. But it brings me back to, what's the mission of the school district? And how does this fit into our mission? I appreciate that the community has a need that isn't being fulfilled right now. But sometimes we have to be selfish, and we have to look at what's best for our school district and our students. And I've heard a lot tonight on health issues. The verdict's still out for me. I'd like to get more information on that. But it really comes down to, what's our core mission? And I don't know that having a cell tower on campus at Douglas High School is part of our core mission. I don't see it. I think I would recommend a course of action of not taking a vote tonight, of gathering more information. If you think it's that important, you could re-agendize it. It gives the community another opportunity to look for other alternatives. And if it comes down to that Douglas High School is one of the places that we have to consider as a community, there needs to be much more input and groundswell from this community to support that. As the former principal at Douglas High School, if I were sitting in that chair and somebody came to me and said, hey, I've got a great idea, let's put a cell tower out by the football field, I would say, how does it benefit students, families, and staff? What's the benefit to us? And if I can't find the benefit, I can't support it. So I wish you luck in your decision, but I think sometimes you just have to be selfish for our kids and for our students and for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more online? No. Any further public comment? All right, then public comment is closed. And we'll bring it back for either more board discussion or a motion.
I would really like an independent expert to tell me what are the options to put these. I mean, is it really in this radius? Because some people say it is, some people say it isn't. I mean, because if there is another option, then right in the football field where my daughter runs track and where my kids go to school all day, I want to know that. But I do understand the safety issue, because I go to the school and I cannot get a hold of my daughter. If something happens, I cannot get a hold of her, and that's not right either. But I guess I want an expert to tell me that's independent of anybody that has skin in the game here. I want someone to say, where could these really go in our valley? And I don't feel like,
I think we would have to pay for that, to do a third party evaluation. And I know that is not in our budget this year. So I'm all in favor of waiting, getting more information.
I think the difficult part is there's going to be information given even a third party or an involved party, and they're always going to be contrarian, right? If the third party is truly third party at an expense to this district, then that's obviously something that I don't think we can afford, depending on the cost. But I think the fact that it is so contested by either side is and with the unknowns like enrollment or lack thereof, which has obviously been an issue and moving forward is an issue at our school district, it's probably easier to be selfish and to say, hey, this sounds like a bad idea. I'm just not sure that waiting for more information is going to help us at this point. I think we've been provided ample information from Verizon, at least as good as they could do, which if you're trying to put in a proposed tower, you would expect is the best they could provide. And in such, we still have a lot of questions. And so, I mean, we can wait, we could postpone this and say we need to obtain more information. And maybe that's enough to make us not have to be the bad guys to say no by also being the bad guys and making it delay their process. I just for the sake of optics, if I'm being completely candid. So I don't think there's a good decision to be made here tonight.
I think we've heard it quite a bit. And I think you're going to hear the same things over and over again. We've heard from about different school districts, even New Hampshire, things like that. I don't know how much we need to make a decision. Something was spoken tonight by, I think, the gentleman in the back there was, said that was rejected by Verizon to start with because it was 20 feet or 20 some feet too tall. Now it's come back to this okay. I can say this, each one of those kids, I want to act as if they're mine. And at this point, I'm not willing to even kick the can down the road. So I want to make a motion. I want to make a motion. If it fails, and we'll come back to it. But my motion is that we turn it down. We do not allow the tower to be put in at Douglas High School.
I second that.
We have a motion on the floor from Mr. Burns and a second from Ms. Jansen.
Clarify the motion, just so I make sure the record's clear.
Yes.
I believe it was a motion to deny the request to consider the high school a viable option for the cell tower.
Yes. Is there further discussion to be had?
I just appreciate too. Maybe it's time to move on to talk about more academic things. I can appreciate that too. Because if we bring this back again, maybe our focus needs to be.
Oh, we have a motion on the floor. Is there?
I'm so conflicted with this. It's just, I'm
right there with you.
I put our kids' safety above everything else, but I also need our kids in a time of an emergency. And it's just, I don't think rushing into a decision is the right idea.
Agree. I think it's important to remember that there are 5 schools with 5G antennas on them. Whether we like it or not, they're already there. And I feel like if we say no to Verizon, then we need to tell AT&T that they need to remove all their towers.
So just for clarity of the record, we can't talk about the other,
right,
what we're going to do with other antennas or
okay,
anything like that.
So no, it's not within the agenda item. We can't. So I guess, Mr. Zinke, did you have more to add?
Obviously I would want to know more from the parents. Again, and I understand the decision that would cause would be that we would do this again. And I'm sure we would have a similar presentation and a lot of public comment. And that kind of discourse is what we signed up for. And I would like to see personally what the parents think. I mean, maybe we're taking some liberties in thinking that parents are against this. We've heard from a small interest group, and I appreciate their information. I think that a lot of it is sound and important. We've heard from Verizon, obviously. We haven't heard from a lot of parents tonight. And I'd never mistake complacency for agreement or disagreement. People have things to do. That might be why some of them aren't here. It might not be as important to them as we think it is. And so I really just, I think we need more information. It's at the very least from the parents. I want to know what the parents think on this. If it came back that the parents are even 50.1% against this, then cool. Then we have a good answer. And I don't think it takes very long to get that information, albeit a small sample size. We send out surveys all the time, and I think the number we get back is very small, but it is important.
So, Mr. President, I don't know if it puts anybody's mind at ease.
Yes.
But regardless of what your vote is tonight, yay, nay, or continue, doesn't preclude you from reconsidering the item based on new or different information and at a future time. So if new facts are discovered or new information is presented, if something happens with the commission or the plan or the board that makes it a topic that comes back to this board, you can reconsider it. This vote doesn't preclude you from doing that.
Okay, that's good to know.
I just want to say one thing. I'm not against the tower. I just don't want it by the school. I don't want it around the kids. Tower, find another location. That's where I'm at with it. And I don't think that should be put on us.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here lost in my own thoughts. Olive,
I'd
yes.
just like to say something because I'm a student who goes to school, and I know that I really like communicating with people while I'm at school. I feel safer for myself. I just feel better, know what's happening. And I just know the other day when I didn't have power and I couldn't communicate with my mom or my dad or know what was happening or where I was going or if I was picking my brother up or not, I know that that worried me more than maybe the potential health risks that I'm not thinking of. I just know that that was a concern to me, and I think it was a concern to a lot of the students that I was around, just not knowing what was happening. And in a situation like that, nothing bad was happening, but in the case that it was, I think if students had known and were able to communicate with everyone, we all would have felt better about it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Olive. I appreciate your point of view.
On top of that, our administrators had a hard time communicating themselves out. So that's something else that we need to think about, like when our administrators can't communicate.
Okay, so nobody's saying no to the cell tower. What I'm saying is it doesn't have to be on Douglas High School property. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if it was somewhere else. That's all I'm saying. Let's err on the side of caution here. It's not like, so that's all I want to say. I mean, because emotion gets involved in this, and I appreciate all of what I've heard. But I think that we need to really think about, we want something in the now, because that's what we're geared for. We want it yesterday. We don't want to wait for anything. And so in that, we're willing to do things that aren't in our best interest for the kids, for sure, the students. And so we just want what we want. And it's like the rest of it, whatever. And I just think we need to really look at this. It's not saying no to cell towers. I'm not against cell towers. I just don't want them on the school property. I had no idea we had so many. Thank you.
One of the groups that presented offered alternate from a different expert about where they could go. Is this something that has come before the commission? Is this something that people, I mean, I feel like we don't have what parents want. I just don't feel like I have enough information that I could vote in approval of it. But yet I see the absolute need to have that gap fixed. But yeah.
But we're trying to think, it almost seems like we're thinking that if we don't do it, then we won't have a tower. That's not it. We can have the tower, find another location, just don't put it around the kids. That's all I'm saying. They didn't want them. There were 90 parents. If you wanted to, what the parents think, 90 parents at the daycare said they'd pull their kids. I think it's going to be the same. So to me, that was a support that the community is saying, I don't want my kids around that. And legal counsel has said, if we really come back and we've got all this information and it changes our mind, we still can pull that back. But I think at this point, I think we need to, as a representative to the public and to the kids and to our administration and everything, I think we should turn it down. If you want to still look at all the information, I'm open to that. But let's turn it down and then come back and go from there. That's my position on it. Thank you.
If we turn it down, are we still allowed to gather information through like a parent survey?
Sure.
Okay.
Can we make
That's
an
not-
amendment to the motion? Or I guess
Yes,
not.
yes, you can't.
No,
There is a motion on the floor, but if you would like to amend the motion, then you
So-
can.
Or would it be a new
Well,
motion?
one, your superintendent doesn't need board action to take a parent survey.
Okay.
And so, and a parent survey on the topic isn't on the agenda, so I would suggest not making that a condition.
All right, then we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Wait. Oh. So the motion on the floor is to deny.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so all in favor of the motion to deny Verizon putting a tower on our property at the high school, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I have no idea. I know that is not a position, but I am not in favor and I am not opposed. I need to abstain because I need more information to make the correct decision. Can I abstain? Okay. So
I thought we could only abstain if we had a conflict of interest.
If anybody feels they don't have sufficient information to make a decision, they absolutely have the right to.
Then I'd
abstain.
like to abstain as well.
okay, so we have 2 abstain and 5. Are you changing your mind? too?
Well, yeah, I didn't know this.
Okay,
Again,
so now
so
we have new
we're
information.
new at this. I
Maybe
apologize,
we
but
can
I
operate
would also like
consolidated.
to abstain. I said it, I think I was clear in my statement of not having enough, so I would also abstain.
Madam Chair, or President, may I suggest a roll call instead of a group vote?
Okay,
And can I ask, what happens if more people abstain than vote for it? What happens to the motion?
then the motion fails. Then
The
it
motion
fails.
dies.
It
The
dies either
motion
way.
Guys, and we'd have to come up with a new
And
one.
we-
No,
Or table.
just table
take
it
no
and
action.
move on.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've never had to do a roll call before, so would I just go down the line?
Yep. Just each
Okay.
person.
Mr. Burns? So
No,
yay
Yay or
or
nay?
nay? Just say yay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Burns says yay. Ms. Knighting? A yay, nay, or abstain. Sorry, I forgot to add that one.
I'm gonna say yay. So this is about the original law.
This is about the original motion that's on the
To say
floor
no
to
to
say no
Verizon.
to Verizon. Correct.
Same motion, it's just a roll call
Same
vote.
motion, it's just roll call vote.
That's what I would say, yeah.
Make sure you
Yay.
push your microphone.
There is. It's a complicated decision. So Catherine Dickerson says yay. Susan Jansen says yay.
Aaron Miller abstain.
Marcus Zinke abstain.
Yvonne Wagstaff abstain. So the motion passes. That does not mean that we cannot bring this back next month with more information, correct? Okay. All right. At that, we are going to take a food break. Yeah, a recess. So
How long? 30
how
minutes?
long?
It's up to
20?
you. I'm
Uh,
good with 20.
It was not enough. Good.
Well, let's do that. I don't mind.
We take 15 minutes and then whatever.
We'll have a 15-minute recess.
My head would explode. I think it already did.
All right. Olive. Student, I know, sorry. That's right. There's no school. Oh, we don't have Andy. We can't start yet. Sorry. We're still in recess. We're not back yet. Yeah, today and tomorrow. They did PD. I don't know if that's. Yeah. So like Erin was actually she was at the school she taught today as during the forum on composting. She was teaching on the composting that they do up at the lake.
Awesome.
She gets super excited about that.
That is concrete dirt. It is beautiful dirt. It is lots of.
Well, since Annie's not back yet, I'm still eating. All right.
So I have chicken.
Right, just a second. Okay.
Third arm and back.
Are you ready? Okay. Now we're officially back from recess. All right, now we will turn the time over to Olive for her student presentation. Thank you.
Hello and good evening or night now. My name is Olive Hamner Jilson and I'm a senior at George Whitwell High School. And I'm so excited to be on this board. I'm continuing my goal of creating the best school district possible and uniting the Lake and Valley schools for the most cohesive learning environment. A little update, we'll start with Whitwell. The Whitwell track team and the boys golf teams have begun their trainings for their upcoming seasons indoors because of the cold weather. And the Zephyr Cove and Whitwell Middle School had a great time learning how to ski recently. And our culinary program is getting ready for their culinary dinner night, which is ET themed this year. So that should be very exciting. The Douglas High School, you've already heard about their sports, but they have a play, Little Women, coming up, and prom, which is April 12th. I've been talking to all my students in the district and continue listening and taking their input and sharing all the ideas with you as a board, as well as my ideas. And I've started talking mostly with my teachers about recycling, and I'd love to continue the amazing compost program that I've learned about recently that's been happening at Zephyr Cove Elementary School, and I would love to bring that to Whitwell and also all the schools in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olive. All right, we will move on to curriculum adoption. And that is presented by Leslie Peters. And Shannon, sorry. In a manner of trying to move things along, because it's already getting late, I'm going to ask, I'm going to assume that the board reviewed the material. So I don't think we need to go through I personally do not need to go through the slides. I reviewed all the material, but does anyone have questions? Are you ready for questions?
May I just
Yes,
summarize?
just a quick summarize.
Okay,
Yes.
we won't click through the slides. Just to let you know, this process has been ongoing since last spring. We did a needs assessment with all of our English teachers, K-5 or K-12, excuse me. And looking at budget, we realized we had to make a tough decision, and that was to focus just on ELA 612 for this year. And so all of our middle school and high school sites had representation, and we gave them all samples to use with students. And so they had opportunities to try the two materials out and give feedback. And I want to thank the team. They were committed to coming here and meeting and going back and using this information with their students. And I think that they made a great selection that aligns vertically, provides a lot of opportunity for different assessment models, opportunities for our students who need some different scaffoldings. There are over 100 languages for the novels that are included. And in the work with the publisher, they knew about some of our budget constraints. And so what's not on the slide is we will purchase, it was really important for the teachers to have hardcover student textbooks. They didn't want this solely to be digital, and I can appreciate that. When we've sat all night and listened to all this information about technology and what that might do or might not do to our students, and I just think that kids have a lot of screen time. And so I'm not, in support of just a completely digital way of learning. And so class sets of 40 textbooks for all K-6 or K-12 teachers. And so we have some teachers that might teach 6th grade and 7th grade.
6 through 12.
6 through 12, yes.
And so we will be given free teachers editions with our purchase of student textbooks. We have a 7-year contract that will provide the digital on top of the textbook. And so we do, I mean, the teachers wanted to have an opportunity to have both. There are resources that can be put into a Google Classroom for students. They are giving each teacher a free grammar workbook and answer key. And that was important, especially to our high school teachers for ACT prep. They said that that was something that was really lacking, was just that focus on grammar. So the company is giving that to us for free as well. Teachers will have access to their digital platform, which is a little different than what the students have. And then for every student in the district, teachers can select free novels from the novel list. And so they have sent that to me too. So if you approve this curriculum adoption tonight for our 6th through 12th grade ELA, I will share that back out with our committee, and then they can meet with the teachers at their site. So for example, if you had 160 6th graders and you wanted class sets of 40, you could get 4 different novels and really build up your classroom libraries or at sites. So I really appreciated the work that Savvis was willing to do with us and throw in a lot of things. The other thing that they did, typically it's a couple days of professional development. They did like a buy one, get one. So instead of us getting only 2 days, they want to provide us on-site professional development for 4 days. One of those being prior to the start of the school year, and then working with us to determine timeline and how else we do that. So yeah. Yes.
So I kind of went to the website and kind of looked at it and everything. And so the geared for next generation learner, you know, intriguing thematic units to relevant text media to hook and inspire features and current event podcasts. What kind of materials will they be looking at with podcasts and things like that in different
So
medias?
we had both of the publishers come and talk to us. I mean, it's a lot of current events. They know, and the committee was very, not the committee, but the team, very well aware, and they used the resolution from the board before. That was part of the rubric process. That document was part of what they looked at when they were looking at this. And so, like I explained with world language, I don't think that you're ever going to get completely away from publishers throwing some of those things in that are maybe not the board's agreement, right? But I think our teachers do a great job of following the policies and procedures and resolutions that you guys put into place. They didn't show us the podcast, like they didn't go through and give us an example, but current event type things. And
I just want to make sure that, because, you know, with hardcover books, you know, parents can they used to be able to just kind of follow along and, hey, what are you doing? And see it. But with digital, it's kind of fluid, you know, and so it's kind of harder to follow those things. And I know I'm still a mom, she may be in her 40s, but I'm a grandmother too. And I think that there's certain things I know within my daughter's home that she doesn't really appreciate her kids.
I can tell you that the teachers with the digital, it's not just free reign and open to students. The teachers have to assign whatever digital resources they want to the students. And so there is that control. They don't just have a login and can access anything. It has to be assigned to them by the teacher. So there are checks and balances with that.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Leslie.
You're welcome.
So obviously there's a cost for the 7 years.
Yeah, so that total cost of $411,767 or $411,767.50 is for 7 years. So we don't have to purchase the textbooks every year. The grammar workbooks are free. The novels are free. Basically, the 7 years covers the renewal of the digital piece of that. And partly what we were thinking too with those hardcover textbooks is, in 7 years, if you know, we probably will be having another adoption cycle. That's typically you adopt something for 6 or 7 years. We're a little bit behind in our adoption cycle, quite honestly, with where the state is and how they, in Nevada, they vet all kinds of different resources, and then they give a list out to the districts and say, here are where you get to choose from. This has just been added this year for 2025. But that's what we're paying for. It's basically renewing the digital for 7 years. So there won't be any other cost. And with what we have remaining in our textbook budget from our office and what we will have next year, we can definitely cover that. And our plan is then to begin looking at the K-5.
So you knew where my question was going, was where was this going to be in our budget? So
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, they're letting us split it over 2 years.
Yeah. So they said, yeah, we turn in a purchase order and we can pay what we have now. And my hope is that we can get teacher editions here before the end of school. Teachers definitely would like to be able to have this and start looking at it and planning over the summer. We know that teachers don't get 3 months off in the summer. Like a lot of people think. They're working and they're planning. And they are hungry for this because we haven't, you know, had something that they've all been
Thank you. No,
using,
you
so.
seem very passionate about it and it comes across. So
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to make sure that this fits and aligns with, you know, how we need to move our district forward, help our students become better learners, and that it stays within our budget.
Yep.
Susan? So I also went to the website and spent a long time on it today. And so I just wanted you to explain, like, so this is a supplemental reading program for personalized secondary literacy acceleration. So how does this accelerate the fluency in reading and what
I think
goals are?
it's all based on, yeah, it's a core reading program. It's based on the standards. And so looking at all of those standards 6 through 12, they really do a lot of vertical building. So when you look at the standards, you'll see that, you know, citing text evidence happens in 6th grade. It happens again in 7th grade with a little bit more rigor, right? All the way up through. We want our students to be able to do that. That's one of those things that shifts through. And so, that is, you know, we made sure it's aligned to the standards and that our students are going to be given what they need. There is that, thank you, Jesse, that slide that Jesse just put up. These are things that the teachers, this was feedback from the teachers when we met for our last time and had this. They said, what is in there encourages reading stamina, which they also felt was impactful for the ACT. We heard about that.
Definitely.
Students have a hard time sitting for that test, and you know, it's a long day of that. There's a lot of support for our English learners and our students in inclusive education. A lot of just rich content and in-depth tasks that, so when we talk about rigor and really going deeper with something, that's built in. So instead of our teachers just looking at standards and what they've been doing and having to kind of figure out how does that look in my classroom, it gives them a framework to do all of that. And lots of higher level questions to get them thinking more critically. And then just, you know, when we have new teachers, we can hand them this resource and they're not struggling to try to figure out what to do. So
Well, like I watched on a video, there was a teacher and she had the kids in groups of 4. And then so she gave them questions and they actually worked together.
yeah. And I think when we think about our portrait of a learner, we want our students to be empowered, prepared, inspired, and connected. And I think that this supports that vision of our district also. I think that there are opportunities. So we think about giving students some choice in their learning. And it's not that they get to choose to engage and do the work or not. It's about how could I show my learning, right? So this gives some opportunities for teachers within the same unit and within the same standard to give some of that to students and say, hey, you know, here are a couple different ways that we could assess what you know about this. What do you want to do? So I think that it allows for some of that as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I forgot also, what is negotiating the identity of a student? Because that was in there too, and it was so vague, and I thought negotiating the identity
I'm
of a
not sure
student,
about that. So I can definitely.
Could you and just let me
I
know what that is?
will, I can reach out and ask about that for
Okay,
sure.
thanks so
Yeah,
much. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, do I have a motion? Any other questions, I should say? Any other questions for Ms. Peters? Oh, yes, we do need to take public comment. I'm just asking if we're done with questions. Okay, we're done
Okay,
with
thank you.
questions. Thank you very much. All right, any further discussion from the board? All right, we will open it up for public comment. Do we have any online? Okay. Which is where we wish we all were. Seeing as there is no public comment, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proposed adoption of my perspectives for the 6 through 12 English learning program.
We have a motion by Ms. Miller and a second by Ms. Dickerson. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Because we have a because we have a flexible agenda,
So, sorry.
yeah, nope.
I gave the president some bum advice. On your next agenda, you will see added language that gives the board the power to combine agenda items. But because it's not included on this agenda, we can't do it. So the next 3 agenda items, I think hopefully will go quick, but we cannot combine them.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. All right, so agenda item number 14, board policy 518, graduation requirements. Mr. Alvarado, were there any changes that were made?
There were no changes. The item still as it was presented at the last meeting. So this will be the second reading for approval.
All right. Is there any discussion? Do I have a motion? Oh, well, we could do public comment after a motion, but is there any public comment on agenda item 14? Any online? Okay. Seeing as there is no public comment, we will close public comment. Public comment. Do I have a motion?
I can make a motion. I move that we adopt board policy 518 graduation requirements as outlined.
We have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second by Mr. Burns. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item number 15, board policy 815, public records requests. Mr. Alvarado, were there any changes to that policy?
There were no changes. The item still is as presented from the last meeting. And just as a reminder, it's 10 cents per page for public records requests, whether it's digital or printed material. And we did do a demonstration of the web page, which has a form for the request. And we asked that all community members that are going to submit the request, they use that form.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion or questions? All right, we'll open it now for public comment. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any further public comment? Any online?
We're good online.
Seeing as there is no further public comment, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion as described on the agenda
To approve.
to approve.
And I'll second that.
We have a
That's a
motion.
move to approve as presented, and that's a
Thank
perfect
you.
motion.
And I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Miller, a second by Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 16, board policy 904, complaint policy. Mr. Alvarado, were there any changes?
No changes to this policy. The item remains as presented at the last board meeting.
Thank you. Any discussion? We will open it for public comment. Any online?
We're good online.
Seeing as there is no public comment, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion? Your mic is on. Your mic is on.
I didn't
Yes,
want to
go
get
for
yelled
it.
at. I make a motion to approve board policy 904 as presented.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. Zinke, a second by Ms. Miller. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
No.
All right, we will go into board reports. Make them quick and snappy. You got a minute and a half. I'm kidding. Mr. Burns, do you have anything to report?
Microphone.
Microphone.
I had one of the budget meetings for the
Mhm.
county, but nothing happened. Just conversations about who was going to be who as officers.
Right. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Knighting.
We attended the NASB training in the day with the legislature. Toured Scarcelli, Pawalu, MES, attended the Drop Everything and Read Day at Pinion, where we read with kids, and Officer I'm gonna Horosich was there. There were a lot of people there. That was great. I attended the MES production of Pinocchio. The kids did they did wonderful. It was really fun to be there. And I attended the strategic planning committee, and I thought that there was a lot of good conversation that came out of that. And then also track meets, but that's because my daughter's there.
Thank you. Ms. Dickerson.
So I too did the 2 days of the NASB training. And the day at the legislature was it was pretty cool to see how the sausage is made. Spent some time with Ken Gray, and he was very gracious. Anyway, it was a good experience, and that's what I did. I still run a salon, so I work. So
okay.
I miss stuff sometimes, but anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jansen? Microphone.
I went on some tours of some schools, Pawalu Middle and we walked right across to Scarcelli. That was really fun. The kids were adorable. And then the next week, I went to Minden Elementary on a tour. I also went to the 2 days of NASB training. So we went to the Capitol to meet with our legislature. So we met with Ken Gray and then Robin Titus's assistant because she couldn't get out of her meeting. And it was great to see a lot of other trustees from around the state that we know from other NASB trainings. And then the second day we went to Nevada, Western Nevada College for a training, and that was pretty interesting. And then I went to a collective bargaining meeting just to sit in because I'm on that committee. So thank you.
Ms. Miller.
I also attended the March 5th and 6th NASB training. I believe legislative day, there was 60 trustees from all over the state of Nevada that were in attendance. So that was really cool to see. Did the site tours, Scarcelli Elementary, Pawalu, and then earlier this week was Minden Elementary. I also went to the strategic planning meeting, so that was very nice to see. Yesterday morning at Zephyr Cove, we used to celebrate Dr. Seuss's birthday on Dr. Seuss's birthday. However, it coincides with our Heavenly Grant where the 3rd through 5th graders get to go ski Heavenly and 6th graders get to go up for one day. So we did that yesterday where one of our local restaurants donated 15 dozen eggs. And then the firemen from Tahoe Douglas cooked the eggs. I helped cook those. We made them green and we cooked the ham. And then we went over next door to Zephyr Cove and the Tahoe Douglas firemen and Rotary red green eggs and ham. So that was the kids look forward to that every year. So that's a really cool thing. Today was the learning forum for our teachers. I attended that. I attended 2 sessions. I attended a session with Jason Carter about AI. That was really cool. Mr. Alvarado tasked me to make a board song on one of the cool little features, so I will have to share that in a training at a later date. It was a lot of fun. The second session, I sat in with the nutritional people, all of our lunch staff who make all of our student lunches. The health inspector was there, so that was interesting to learn about norovirus and how that spreads. And then the third session, I got to present. So I presented about a pilot compost program that Parents Club started back in 22. It was a 12-week program. So it was really cool for them to see the report that we had put together that we submitted to Douglas County, along with the video that we did with Clean Up the Lake Tahoe. They asked a lot of good questions. It was really cool to see this pilot program that we started and how we can incorporate maybe some of those aspects into our lunch program, our nutritional. Just so you guys are aware, next Wednesday is our bingo night at Zephyr Cove Elementary School. If you would like to join us, we will be having that. And then, as Olive stated, on April 4th is our ET dinner with culinary. This is our third year doing this program. I believe tickets are still on sale, possibly. It's a 5-course meal. First year was Clue based. Last year was Jumanji. This year's ET. And they make different foods that go inside with their theme. So it's a lot of fun. I don't know. I just buy them from the school. You probably can call Whittel.
No, it's Whittel.
It's Whittel. It's up in Tahoe. It's Friday, April 4th, that evening. It's a lot of fun. And the culinary students spend a lot of time, and it gives them real world experience. So like they messed up on a whole dish, and then so we were all waiting last year, but it gives them that experience that they wouldn't get as a culinary student. So it's a lot of fun.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Mr. Zinke.
I attended the Chamber of Commerce down here. Unfortunately, that was the day that the power went out that we all endured. Poor Frankie was in New Orleans during that epic timing of a power outage. I guess they're going to start breaking ground on the Maverick in Gardnerville. And they're eventually going to finish the Wiener Schnitzel and Chipotle, I believe, near the high school there. I also went to the Parks and Recreation Advisory, where we were presented with a restroom at the airport on the east side that would really help with the soaring community. That no motion was made, but they're trying to get that added to the future list items. And then the most fun thing, I attended Mr. DHS. I don't know if any of you have ever been to that. Hilarity ensued. That was the greatest thing I've been a part of. It was hilarious. Shout out to Luke Davis. I've never cried watching someone do a skit before, or whatever his quote unquote talent was. It was hilarious. And if you were there, you know what I'm talking about. And that's about as far as I'll go with that. So thank you. That's it.
All right. What was that, Catherine? So the high school, they put on like it's Mr. DHS. My son actually participated in a few years ago, and he's right. It is hilarious.
Yeah. So they treat it basically like a pageant. So you have a talent.
But you can imagine
Yeah.
a bunch of senior guys that are gonna make it funny.
And some some are questionable talents. And then there's an interview portion where they answer a question, and they absolutely, and of course it is, and they strut their stuff down the walkway. It's quite the fun. Some kids are. No, there was this year. It was whatever they wanted to wear attire wise. So one kid wore a Batman suit and walked the runway. Another gentleman dressed as a golfer. And then their talents. Some of them are very talented, and then some of them are very funny. Let's say. So yeah, it was good.
It was. They do a great job. They do a great job. It's a lot of fun. I also attended all of the visits that we went to, Scarcelli, Powaloo, MES. I also did the Drop Everything and Read at Pinion Hills. That was a lot of fun. I attended the forum this morning just for about an hour, just to drop in and see all the awesome things that were going on. I was able to attend the legislation day, but I was unable to attend the following day because my child was sick. I've also attended the county commissioners online. So been busy. And we will move right into superintendent report.
All right, thank you, President Wagstaff and trustees. I'll make my report brief. There are a lot of items here, but I'll go quickly. I was able to attend the School Superintendents Association Conference in New Orleans with Mr. Brown and Mrs. Dwyer. Did a lot of learning on artificial intelligence. And so when we get to the point where we want to develop a policy, I'll have some good direction for the board, and I'll make some recommendations on how we should tackle that. I think we should go slow with that process, do as much learning as possible, and not make any swift decisions when it comes to artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
I also attended professional development with the National School Public Relations Association. I attended modules 1 and 2. There are 5 modules in this program, and we're looking to enhance the way we do communications within the district. All right, I attended the school tours with our trustees. We went to Powaloo, Scarcelli, and also Minden Elementary School. The cabinet and I facilitated the strategic planning day 1 session with the strategic planning team. It's about 70 plus team members that reviewed the current strategic plan. And then we did a table talk and gallery walk and prioritize which goal areas in the strategic plan are the highest priority. We are deciding to delay day number 2. We have three days total scheduled, and we're going to do a student voice session. And so I met with the cabinet team last Friday. We planned out the activities, and we're going to make it a field trip for kids. And we're going to bus them here next week, get their input, and then take that back to strategic planning day number 2 to share it with those team members as well. And then hopefully we only need 2 more meetings to bring back the priorities for the district moving forward for the next 2 years. Was able to go meet with the IT team on Pi Day. I enjoyed some pie with all of them. I also want to say thank you to the IT team. They are the unsung heroes of the district when it comes to setting up equipment. They did a lot of background work in today's forum, but they do all this setup at every meeting. And these are extra hours because they still report at their regular start time. So I just want to say thank you to Jesse and Val.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing a great job and supporting all the things that we do. But also to say a thank you to Justin, Dennis, Bernie, and Becky. That whole team is doing a great job for us. I went to DHS this week and I attended lunch in the 200 hall and the 400 hall. This is what I'm calling is a chat with the superintendent. This is just a very informal meeting, and staff is allowed to ask me personal or professional questions. I had a really good time. 200 hall, I had about five teachers. I was a little bit late, so I heard some left. I will come back to 200 hall in a couple weeks. But then in 400 hall, we had 15 plus teachers in there.
Good.
And they had some really good questions, and I've taken their feedback back to cabinet, and then we'll address some of the concerns they presented. Let's see here. Last, but well, I got 2 more items. So today's forum was fantastic. Having all of our employees in one room at one facility, man, just the synergy there, the energy there was vibrant. You can tell everybody was enjoying themselves, and you can tell they took professional learning seriously. I got to just rotate through each of the sessions. We also had vendors come, and I really enjoyed what they presented, and those vendors were PBL Works, as well as Discovery Education. I don't believe there was more than 2 vendors, right? Yeah, so we also had some benefit programs, Aflac, American Fidelity, Hometown Health. So our employees also had the opportunity to ask them questions. Last but not least, I want to do a shout out to Vivian Michelik She was honored tonight up at UNR. She earned the Northern Nevada STEM Teacher of the Year honor.
Ooh, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
and this honor was presented and sponsored by George Gillamont Foundation. And I believe there's a $2,000 incentive that she earned by being recognized. So
Congratulations to her.
congratulations to Vivian.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
In addition to that, she was also the Elks Lodge Citizen of the Year. So this is a great year for Vivian.
Wow, yes, it
She's doing
is.
great things for Douglas County School District. So that pretty much sums up my report. With your permission, I'd like to roll into the next items.
Absolutely.
Okay. Item number 19, this is a summary of donations. Carson Valley Inn donated $2,500 to CC Elementary School. The DHS Auto Program received a 2006 Honda Odyssey valued at $1,500 by Dowie Caldwell. They also received a 2006 Chrysler PT Cruiser valued at $1,000 from Rose Wadkowski. Moving into item number 20, this is an informational item. You have this information in your packet, so if you have questions, I can answer those. In regards to the student enrollment counts, it looks like we dropped 7 students from last month to this month. The other item in information is I did a facility walk over at Gardnerville Elementary School with Phil Demas, our Director of Facilities, as well as Marcy Guthrie, the principal of GES, and Robert Anderson, the engineer for future development, townhome development. I believe there's going to be 29 townhomes that go on a 5-acre parcel behind Gardnerville Elementary School. We walked the back bus lane. It doesn't look like there's going to be any issues with their project, but what we were trying to come to an agreement is whether we would provide authorization for a secondary access gate in case of emergency situations. Phil and I and Marcy did not see any issue with that. I believe we will grant them authorization for that. And then we also discussed the exit out of I can't recall the name of that street going out the back, Giles Street. So it exits out to Giles Street. And we discussed and proposed that we put a crosswalk light, that can function at the time of dismissal and school starting times for those kids that walk to and from school as a safety measure.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
That covers those informational items. And I think that's it, right? Any questions?
All right. No, I don't have any questions. Any questions? All right, we do have one agenda item left, but on the advice of legal counsel, we are going to push closed session and deal with that next month. All right, so on that note, meeting is adjourned.